ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, I gotta fix this, but anyway, we'll dive into that. Good morning, traders. Happy hump day. It is hump day, my favorite day of the week. It is August 10th, 9 o'clock in the morning. What's up and what's going on, Alpha family, ADT Nation? How are we doing today? Are we having a great morning? Are we fired up to rock and roll? Because team, we have some great opportunity in the market today. We have the SPY ripping on up. We have the Qs and the overall markets going on an absolute tear to the upside. CPI data coming in better than the forecast, which is unexpected. I was not expecting that. I know a lot of traders were not expecting that as well. A lot of commentators and analysts, they were not expecting that. This was very unexpected, but we have the markets absolutely ripping. I mean, the SPY right around 411, now at 418. The Q's at 317, now trading at 324. You see 90% of other stocks within the market ripping on up. You got Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Boeing, Disney. Guys, there is a lot of opportunity today in the market. There is volatility, there is volume, there is movement. So our job is to get you guys prepared for the day. Where's the best of the best opportunity? Where can we look to get involved on some of these stocks to lock in some consistent profits? So let's do this. A little bit of a shift today, all right? We're going to dive into the SPY and the Qs and break down these levels and get you prepared. My top 3 penny stocks on the day, right? A little bit of a 50-50 market with small caps, okay? We'll have to see what pops up on the scanners, but I want to leave at least 10 to 15 minutes to look at stocks that you're looking at, all right? I was not expecting this kind of movement across the board. I was expecting to see some movement, but not this kind of movement. So we may have opportunity with, say, Nvidia today, if you're looking at Nvidia. We may have opportunity with Apple today, if you are watching Apple personally. So what I want to do is be able to look at Apple if you're looking at Apple today. I want to look at Disney and break it down with you if you're focused on Disney. And again, make sure that you guys are prepared on the stocks that you're looking at. So again, the SPY, the Qs, my top 3 pennies, get you guys prepared, and then have about 10 to 15 minutes to look at your stocks on your watch list, again, to do some due diligence to make sure you are prepared for today's trading session. But before we do that, let me go ahead and make that small adjustment real quick, because that is absolutely bothering me, and I'm sure it's going to be bothering you guys more. So give me 1 second, take about a minute, let's get that adjusted, and we are all set, ready to rock and ready to roll. Gotta click a few little buttons here. That's about it. A few little buttons, and then that'll work for today, right? We're good. We're in there. We're good. You guys, we're all set, ready to rock. We'll make those better adjustments here tomorrow. It's always a little wonky, right? It's always a little wonky, but let's dive into it. Once again, good morning, traders, ADT Nation. What's up? What's going on? Happy hump day. Everybody on YouTube, YouTubers, hit me with a good morning. What's up? What's going on? Are you guys ready to attack this day? Because I'm ready to make it happen, traders. So let's dive into today's morning preparation session. All right, the SPY, what do we got going on here, team? The SPY broke above that 417.66, a very key level dating back to late May, early June, and also some resistance here on Monday. We are above that 417.66, which is very strong for the SPY. That was such a strong level to get above, and we are above it. If we want to play calls today, we must hold above that 417 level. If we want to get long on this to 420, to 430 today, over the next week, we must hold above that 417. If we fall back below it, that was a false breakout. We can move back down to 413. So yes, if we fall back below 417 today and we cannot break back above it, and we are seeing weakness, and this is just an algorithmic move to the upside, and we see institutions and funds and retail move in, and we crack and stay below that level, we do have room to fall back down to 413. Do I think that's going to happen? I don't know. We'll have to see how the markets open on up and how the markets react. All right. But that key level of support right around 417.66. Give yourself about a 60-cent window. 417 to 417.66 supports. We must hold that level if we want to play calls to the long side. So our long plan today, over that level of support, showing strength, looking like we're going to see another leg to the upside. We want to play calls to 420. And then we're looking to play some calls up towards around 430 to 432. Yes, we could see another 10 to 12 point move today into that multi-month downtrend and also into our 200-day moving average here on the SPY. That's going to be our next main level of resistance. All right. But if we do crack back below that 417.66, we can see a leg down into our best level of support, which is going to be right around that 413 area here on the SPY, guys. All right. The Qs with a massive move from 318.47. Now we're trading at 324. Now the Qs a little bit different, right? The Qs have been moving up a little bit better compared to the SPY. Again, a little bit of a difference in how these two are moving. There was a lot of correlation the first 6 months of the year. Now we're seeing the Qs breaking some of its key levels while the SPY was struggling a little bit. So the Qs are already over their very key level. Again, that very key level here on the Qs was actually back here at like 315.50. And we've been above that level for the past week. But we just now broke above that 321.24 level, or 321.94. So that's our level of support right now here on the Qs. It's going to be back down around that 322. We want to see the Qs stay above that level. Do I think it's going to come all the way back down to that level? It very well could. It very well could. And if we stay above that level and we show strength off that level and we see buyers moving on in off that key level of support, we could absolutely see the Qs up towards around 326.47. And 326.47 is going to be Monday's spiking high, guys. So if we see the Qs with a strong day, the overall market's having a good green day, and we still have more room to the upside here, we need to break that 326.47 here on the Qs. That's a very, very key level of resistance. And then we could see that next leg up towards 330. But if we cannot today break above 326.47 and we see weakness, we do have room back down to 322. If we ever crack and fall back below 322 here on the Qs, our next great level of support is all the way back down towards around that 318.47. So again, right now out of the gate, do we have a trade to execute upon like yesterday? We do not. Yesterday out of the gate, within the first 5 minutes, we had our trade and there was amazing profits. Right now, do we have an edge for a trade right out of the gates? We do not. There's still a big window that we could move before we come close to a key level. Now, the SPY is right at that key level. The SPY, we could crack and retest that 417.66 and play puts if we see a drop right at the start of the day. But the Qs, right, there's still a pretty big window between great support and strong resistance. So the Q is a little bit more challenging to get an edge on. The SPY, we're sitting right at that level. So there could be a trade right out of the gate here on the SPY if we crack below that 417.66, stay below it, play puts on down to 413. Again, if the SPY opens on up and we see strength off that 417.66 and we proceed to break that pre-market high of 419, we could play those calls to 420 and then to 430. So the SPY, definitely some opportunity right out of the gates. The Qs need to take a step back and wait a little bit because you're still pretty far away from the best level of support and one of the best levels of resistance. And what this is about, guys, is we get prepared. We mark up our levels of support and resistance, key levels, and then we simply sit back, be patient, and wait for a high probability setup to appear and form at or near one of these key levels to put the odds of success in our favor. So right now, sit back on your hands, relax with the Qs, let it breathe a little bit. Let's see where the markets are going today. And then the SPY, definitely out of the gate, keep that 417.66 level on watch. And if we see an opportunity, let's take advantage of it here, team. All right. Top stocks of the day. It was a challenge this morning to find a top stock of the day. Not a lot of companies dropping press releases. Why is that? Because companies like to drop press releases strategically. All right. And these companies know that today's a very important day for the market. We have key inflation data, CPI data. So as a company that wants their stock to move higher, why would they drop their killer press release on a day that 80% of the focus is on the broader market, not necessarily with small caps? So I would actually be strategic and wait for some of the overall market to calm down before dropping these press releases so we have more potential to see some great movement after that, say, press release is dropped. We haven't really seen a lot of press releases today. We're not really seeing a lot of great movement today like we've seen the last couple of weeks. So it was a bit of a challenge to really identify which stocks have the absolute best potential right at 9:30. All right. So right now, CLWT is going to be one of those. Okay. So CLWT at this point in time, there was no news. There was no catalyst on CLWT, but it is moving on up on pretty decent volume. 5 million shares compared to its 50,000. Low float stock, gapping up 55%. There's definitely some potential today with CLWT. But first things first, we need to break that 230 level. 230 is a daily gap level. If we can break above that daily gap level, number one, we filled it. Number two, we see strength intraday to see buyers continue to step on in to this play. So if we do indeed break and we are trading above $2.30, we do have potential to 262 here on CLWT. But let's say we can't break above that 230 level. Let's say the gap's being filled and we're going to see a rejection. Where could we see CLWT back down to? Well, 198. That's the 200-day moving average. So at this point in time, CLWT right at 930 for that break and hold above 230. And we could absolutely see our next leg up towards around 260. And if we ever start to break above 260, we have potential to $2.90. Bottom support at this point in time is back down at the 200 SMA and these pre-market lows of 198. One other thing that you guys can do as well is go ahead and throw a trend line on this play. If we ever come back to the trend line and we see a nice bounce and we see good volume and buyers moving in off that trend line, that could be an opportunity to continue to play this to the long side as we are in an uptrend. And we are starting to break that gap level of 230. So at this point in time, CLWT is going to be on high watch right out of the gate to see if we can continue to move on higher. Number two, we got AERC, right? AERC was a massive mover yesterday, going from around $3.75 all the way to $7.50, over 100% in power hour yesterday here with AERC. Right now, what do we have? We're pulling back. We're consolidating into that $6 level of supports with a pretty nice downtrend here as well. So as long as AERC holds above $6 and we bounce and we see buyers move in and we break this downtrend, we have great potential to $7 and then $7.50. So this is a nice low risk, great reward trade. If we're looking to make entries close to $6 for the break of the downtrend, we would put stops at, say, $5.90, $5.89. We could risk maybe 15 to 20 cents. Where do we have potential to go to? $7. That would be $1 away. And then up to $7.50. That's $1.50 away from an ideal entry here on AERC. So definitely let's keep this one on watch. One of yesterday's top gaining stocks, over 100% in power hour. We do have $6 support at this point in time. We're looking for a break of the downtrend. That's where volume and buyers will start stepping on into this trade, and we have potential to $7 and then $7.50. Now, if we ever break that $7.50 level and that post-market high of $7.73, our next target to the upside today would be $8.50 here on AERC, assuming traders are still looking at the stock. Traders are ready to go. Traders are waiting for the break of that downtrend off that level of pretty good support. So AERC at this point in time, I like it. We have a technical formation right out of the gate. We could see some great action. Definitely one of our top stocks to start our day. Again, that's AERC. All right, you got LOTZ. I'm a little 50-50 with it now. It was a great trade in pre-market. We talked about it, but it's not really moving the best. It is a back burner at this point in time. SSNT is a back burner as well at this point in time. One of our top gainers yesterday that everybody was crazy about, I said it was a back burner. It didn't look great. I think SSNT is a back burner as well. It doesn't look great. 419 support, $5 top resistance. We break $5, we can spike back up to those pre-market highs. But I don't like the price action as we're coming into this trend line, as we're kind of fading and falling. It looks a little weak right now. I don't think it's the number one stock right at 930. But I do want to talk about AMTD. And AMTD was a stock that we talked about yesterday. Someone asked, what do I think about AMTD? I said, I think this stock is going to drop on down and fill the gap before it starts moving higher. And what happened here yesterday? We came down to the penny to fill that daily gap. and now we're starting to bounce on up. This is a gap fill bounce strategy, and we were talking about this stock this morning as it was trading at $2.40. Again, we have 234 support. Stops are going to be under that level. We have potential to 293 to $3. Right now, we're seeing that gap fill bounce play on out here with AMTD. So at this point in time, I do want to keep the stock on high watch. Gap fill bounces could be explosive. This was a stock that gapped up massively. Over the last 6 days, it's been giving everything back, but we're finally starting to see that gap fill, and we're starting to see some volume move on in. So with that being said, I do believe AMTD has potential today. Where's support? Well, support's back down at that gap fill level at 233. But where could be another level of support here on AMTD? Well, I would put your next level of support right around 250. Psychological support, 250. Happens to be resistance yesterday, resistance in pre-market, and we pulled back and retested that 250. So I would say if we come back down around 250 and it still looks good, that could be a good entry for the next leg up to that $3 level. If AMTD were to break $3 today, we have potential to 330 next, and then we have some great potential up towards around 385 here on AMTD. And again, this is a gap fill bounce strategy with AMTD. Am I touching it right here at 280? No. I want to get an entry closer to that 250, if not into the 230s. And again, the entry was this morning when we were talking about AMTD, posted that alert inside of chat right when the stock was trading in the 240s. We're already up 40 cents a share. Right now, you're a little too late to the trade, but there could be some great potential today as we're seeing some nice movement to the upside off the gap fill bounce. So we have AERC for the break of the downtrend above $6 support. We have AMTD filling the gap and bouncing. Let's see if there's opportunity today to the upside with AMTD. And then we have CLWT. As long as we stay above $2.30, we have great potential to 260 and then 290. QNGY is a back burner at this point in time. LOTZ is a back burner. SSNT, I believe, is a back burner as well. But a couple things. You guys may be watching SSNT because it's a low float stock, trading good volume, up 28%. Watch it above the trend line. If the trend line holds, you are on the bullish side. You can see this break back above 5 and spike back up to those pre-market highs. If the trend line cracks, your next best level of support is back down around $4.19. If we see the stock breaking back above 5, that's where buyers will most likely step back into this trade, pushing it back up to those pre-market highs of $5.94 and then potentially our next targets of $6.25. So you got a couple things to look at here on SSNT if this is one of your top stocks to watch. Other than that, not a lot going on. We got some back burners on IGMS. You got some back burners on ATRA. So again, our top stocks, if you're just now tuning in, number one, AERC for the break of the downtrend off $6 support. We have potential to $7, $7.50 to $7.73, and then $8.50. AMTD, gap fill bounce. Support back down at $2.50. Current resistance between $2.93 and $3. Anything over that $2.93 to $3 level of resistance, we have room to $3.30 and then $3.85. And then lastly, CLWT. As long as we stay above $2.30, we can open on up and have a nice push to $2.60 and then $2.90. If we fall back below $2.30, we have a trend line that we could absolutely hold above. But if we continue to drop even lower, our best level of support is the 200-day moving average right at $1.98. So that's going to be our top stocks for the day, right? You got SSNT. We're going to make it a top stock because there is some potential. CLWT, definitely a top stock. AMTD, top stock. AREC, probably my number one pick for today. If we can break that 750 today, this thing can get explosive because you got your 20 EMA and your 200 SMA right at 750. If we were to ever break that level, this thing could absolutely take on off towards around $8.50. Definitely want to keep the stock on high watch today, guys. All right. So with that being said, scanning through the market, doing my due diligence, eliminating the distractions, cleaning these stocks up. These are my top 4 stocks for today, with QNGY as a back burner, LOTZ as a back burner, ATRA as a back burner as well. You guys are all set, ready to rock here with the Qs, and you guys are all set, ready to rock here with the SPY. Now, let's see what you guys are thinking. What are you looking at today? Is there a stock that you want me to dissect here in pre-market to get us prepared for the day? Do you see any other opportunity here in this market that you want to let the team know about and have the opportunity to get everybody prepared? I'm more than happy to dissect some of your guys' plays for the day. Stutter, AJ, Kamal, free guy. Good morning. AMTD, let's get it. Make a lot of money, guys. AMTD, fantastic, right? We were talking about this one yesterday for the gap fill balance. Everybody was asking, Josh, is today the day to trade this? I said, nope. Wait for it to come down towards around that 230 level, fill the gap, and then you have a gap fill bounce strategy. If you were patient and you waited for the gap fill bounce, you guys could have been making entries yesterday, last night, this morning. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Great potential to the upside, very low risk. So again, if you took advantage of AMTD, congratulations there. Disney, let's take a look at Disney real quick. Absolutely. Let's take a look at good old Disney. So Monday's high on Disney was right there at 111.25. So we're at a very, very critical resistance level. Yep, 111.25. That was Monday's high. If we cannot break above that high there, we would come probably back down towards around that 109.72 area there on Disney, right? Got some resistance, some resistance, some resistance, prior spiking highs from higher days. That's going to be a level of support right around 109.72 with top resistance at 111.25. If we see Disney break that level, we have potential to 112.76 ahead of earnings tonight. Yes, Disney with earnings tonight. Let's see if we can get another potential $1.50 to the upside ahead of earnings. If not, we have potential to fall a $1.50 down to 109.72. Your make or break on this trade, whether you're looking at calls or puts, what's really going to determine this trade and what side of the trade you're on is what Disney does here at this 111.25. APDN, let's look at APDN Kamal. Absolutely. So APDN has support at 455, right? 455, which was Monday's low of day. If we start to crack below that level here on APDN of 455, this thing has potential to fall back down to 363. I think volume could move back in over $5. But again, yesterday we tried to break 5. We have volume. We failed. Again, tried to break 5 with volume. We failed. So if you start to see that break of 5 and it fails again, that's when the thing could come down, crack that 455 support and start dropping back down to 363. But if we can see a strong break without a failure over $5, then yes, we have some potential to $5.28 and then back up towards around yesterday's spiking highs of 584 here on APDN. But that make or break, that decision point is that $5 level. Can we break with strength? If so, we can move higher. Buyers could definitely step on in. Or are we going to fail multiple times again? And if so, that's when we could start to see our next leg down, especially if we start cracking that 455 level. HLBZ. So HLBZ, nice move on Monday, right? Great move. Yesterday, great trade out of the gates. Gap up, quick spike, gave a lot back. So let's get prepared with HLBZ. So we had some decent support down around 120, but we actually came down and held last night's post-market low around 130. So 130 is going to be a level of support here on HLBZ. And you got 164 resistance, right? You got right around that 164. It's actually a little bit lower. It's actually right around 160, right? You had your low yesterday in pre-market at 160. Then you had your post-market high at 160. We can see there's a lot of resistance here around 160, and we're actually trying to break above that level. So if you hold above 160, that looks good. That could be a possible entry for you guys, assuming it stays above 160. If we crack 160, where's it coming back down to? 130, all right? So I don't know if you guys want to risk 30 cents on this trade to get in at 160 to put a stop at, say, 125. That's a pretty big stop loss. But if we hold above 160 and we have some buyers moving on in here, absolutely, we could see a possible move higher. Now, where could that move higher take us? Well, I would say right around 187. You can see there's a lot of resistance, some pretty good support right around 187. And then our main level of resistance would be back up towards around $2.20. So does HLBZ look the best? Does it really excite me? Am I really like convicted and captivated by this stock and how it's moving in the formation? Not really, but it's a simple support and resistance trade. You have 160 support. You crack below 160, your next best level of support is going to be 130. Top resistance is 187, $2, and then $2.20. Do I like it? Am I crazy about it? No, I'm not. I'm not. But let's see if buyers move on in. Let's see if this stock can start to move on up. And if so, we already know where we could see the stock go. And then we just need to get prepared, build a plan, identify the opportunity, and make it happen. But right now at this point in time, I'm not seeing a whole lot to base a trade off of. Just sit back, be patient, and wait for a setup, a high probability reason to get involved at or near one of these levels of support. And let's see if there's any opportunity today. So again, you got HLBZ, definitely could be on watch, guys. Right? I mean, definitely, I would think it's a back burner, just like QNGY. Look at how it's moving. Not a lot of great opportunity in pre-market. Back burner. LOTZ looking pretty weak at this point in time. But you got SSNT, right? You have SSNT. We could bounce off the trend line, back above 5, and see a nice big rip. You got CLWT. Maybe we can bounce off the 200 SMA, back up towards around these pre-market highs. AMTD for the gap fill bounce. There's potential. AERC is probably still the one that looks the best because we have a reason to take this trade out of the gate, right? If we come down and bounce off $6 and we see great volume and buyers moving on in and we break the downtrend, there is a high probability reason to get involved in this trade. Compared to anything else, AERC actually has a formation that could be setting on up right at the start of the day, right? But again, we look at these stocks. There's not that one stock that's like, oh my gosh, this is it, right? Is there really that one stock that you guys are like, my goodness, this is the play of the day? Not really. Everything seems to be 50-50. There's potential, but volume scattered. The attention is, again, scattered amongst these 5 to 6, 7 different stocks. So not every day do you have a great trade right out of the gate. Not every day do you come in and say, this is the number one stock. If we come down to this level, I'm all in right at 9:30. We don't really see anything today. So I think the best approach today, take a step back, right? Let's watch our scanners, hide the day momentum scanner. Let's see if any stocks are getting halted, what stocks are breaking out, and wait for traders to actually pick a stock that's going to be the top stock of the day. But the number one stock that I want to watch right at 9:30 is AERC because this has the best technical setup behind it for the potential break of the downtrend. Right, guys? So we are all set, ready to rock and roll. AERC, I would say number one for the first at least 3 to 5 minutes. Let's see how the stock opens on up. Let's see what the stock does. And let's see if we get a nice little break of that downtrend here on AERC off that 599 support level. And we are live, all set, ready to rock and roll, traders. So right now, just watching AERC. If we come down towards around that $5.99, $6 level, and we see some strong buying, that could be a nice entry for the bounce, for the follow-through, for the break of this downtrend. So that's what I would like to see. I'd like to see it drop on off at the start of the day, down towards around $6. Then see buyers move in, see a strong bounce for the follow-through to then break the downtrend. That gives us really nice low entries. We see if buyers are going to move in off support, and then that potential follow through for the breakout. So right now, I would have to wait for AERC, personally, for my plan, back down at $5.99 to $6. But if you guys are just jumping in for the break of the downtrend, make sure you have your stops in the right place. Stops should be underneath support. You probably need to risk about 50 cents. You have potential to make $1 if we get back up towards around $7.50. Oh, absolutely. Gap fill bounces are great setups to utilize for those OCO orders, what we were talking about yesterday. Absolutely. 110%. That's something you could already had placed in the system for days, and you would have come down and gotten filled yesterday, had a hard stop in the system, you'd have some great profits. Absolutely. I mean, that would be a great strategy to utilize OCOs with. But we're just kind of waiting back, or sitting back and waiting with AERC at this point in time. Do not want to be getting involved yet. I want to see what we do down towards around that $5.99 level of support and see if we even have a bounce off that $5.99 level of support first. So with AERC, you're looking to get involved at, say, that $5.99 here on AERC. You were to give it about 15 cents of breathing room, you could put a stop right there about, $5.84. Be a nice little stop loss area at $5.84. 5.84 with a first target of $7, right? So if you come down and bounce at $5.99 and you get an entry with a stop at $5.84 and a target of $7, that gives you a profit target of about $500 of profit, 16%, and your loss is about $75. And again, why would that level possibly bounce? Well, it was our nice pullback level yesterday before that big rip to the upside. And that could take you as low as $5.97. So you give it about 10 to 15 cents of breathing room. If it holds and then proceeds to break the downtrend, you have some great opportunity. And that's not even into your second and third target on AERC. So definitely worth watching to see if we come down and have a nice little bounce at that $5.97. So watching AERC here around $5.97. And this thing is dumping on off, really getting smoked to the downside right now. So still just watching AERC. At this point in time, definitely not seeing any opportunity here on AERC. It's still just giving quite a bit back at this point in time. HLBZ starting to dump on off a little bit. UNGY, nothing. LOTZ, dumping. SSNT. Trying to go for a little bit of a red to green move here. A break over 475. You can see a quick spike to 506. 7. CLWT just hit our target of 262. And you have some light support at 243 there on CLWT. Right now, we're just watching CLWT here around this 243 level. I am still watching AERC as we are trying to bounce on this level. And we're trying to get that nice little bounce around that 597. So if you were to take an entry here, your stops would have to be underneath that low of 574 with a 614 entry and a $7 target. It gives you about a 2-to-1. It gives you about a 2-to-1 here on AERC off that level of 597 support for the break of the downtrend at 650. So AERC is trying to get that pop here, guys. AERC right now at this point in time, trying to get that move for the break of the downtrend. Came right into that 597 area. Came down, took a little bit of heat, but we are trying to bounce off that, that 597-ish level of support. You can bring it down a little bit, 595. Definitely still a good level here. Let's see if it holds on up. Let's see if it holds on up. If it does, there could be some potential with AERC. But if we drop below that 575, it's going to start dumping back down towards around $5, guys. So right now, watching AERC here above $6. If we start to see a double bottom here off that 595 or above $6, you could risk about 25 cents, 30 cents, give or take. And you would have about $1 to $1.50 to the upside with AERC if we're going to follow through and break that downtrend. So AERC, if you were to get in here at like 614 with a stop under low of day, put you about a 6% loss, and a 750 target or a 740 target put you about a 20% move to the upside. And that's just going to be a nice little break of the downtrend coming on up. You probably go with like a 572 stop. A 740 would be your final target, would be back up towards around yesterday's resistance. That's also going to put you around the 20 EMA and the 200 SMA if AERC is going to get some action to the upside here. So let's still keep this on watch. AERC, as long as it holds above 6, that looks great. As long as it holds above that low, it could definitely turn into a double bottom and then start to see some buying volume move on in for that break. So definitely still on watch at this point in time, guys. But is there anything else going on? AMTD starting to fade back down just a little bit. CLWT starting to kind of fade on down just a little bit. CLWT, keep it on watch around this trend line. Right around this trend line and back down towards around that 216 low here. When we broke, we pulled back the 216 and we ripped. Watch for CLWT to come back down towards around the trend line and 216, and let's see what happens there. Nothing with SSNT, nothing with LOTZ. Got QNGY trying to rip on up here a little bit. So again, the top two stocks that look the best to me. AERC was my #1 pick out of the gates, right around that $5.95, $6 level of support. This stock is starting to get some great action to the upside now, guys. Let's see if we can break that downtrend here on AERC. Stops would be underneath low of day. You want to put a stop right around 573. You got to go ahead and build a plan. Can I risk 50 cents on the trade? If you're not already in this, your risk is 50 cents. If you're in this, your risk is like 20 cents. But can you risk 50 cents here? Are you willing to risk that 50 cents? You have potential to get a 75-cent move into $7 and then potentially about $1.25 to the upside if we hit that 740 level. Deborah, that's what I'm talking about. Thanks. I got AERC at 590, sold at 633. Well done. A nice little 40-cent profit. That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. And AERC still has great potential if we break that downtrend and if we break 650, guys. That was the #1 stock out of the gate. Never a bad idea like Deborah, locking some profits. But right now, you start to break above that 657, this thing could absolutely rip to 7 and then 740. And this was one of our top stocks today. I would still definitely lock in some profits, though, if I were you. Because if we don't break and rip and we just kind of sit sideways, this would be a possible mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. So definitely put yourself in a position to lock in some profits. Got a nice little reversal formation here on HLBZ team. All right, nice little bounce at 160. We fell below 160, back above. This is a nice little reversal formation here on HLBZ. You could put stops right around 159. Put stops underneath that prior higher low, stops underneath the VWAP. We're looking for a break of this neckline. This is an inverse head and shoulders. We have room to 180 and then 187 there on HLBZ. SSNT is just dumping on off. CLWT has room down to 216. AMTD still fading. AERC, nice trade here off that 590 level. So let's see what CLWT is going to do back down towards around that 216 level here, team. Here goes AERC, guys. AERC starting to look to break that downtrend. Definitely an area to maybe lock in a little bit. You guys are up 50 to 60 cents a share on AERC at this point in time. If you fail here, you're coming back down towards around 595. Do not give your profits back. Definitely lock in a little bit here. Go risk-free so you at least walk away profitable. If you break that high there of 657, then again, take some profits at 7. Take a little bit around that 740 to 750 level, and then we could see that break on up to like 850 the day on AERC. But definitely lock in some profits. Nice. Johnny with CLWT already hitting his daily goal. Mr. Johnny. Good stuff. Rob D from the NYC locking in some profits. You got Deborah locking in some profits there on the AERC trade. Fantastic work, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic job. Way to come in. Way to identify the opportunity. Way to crush it so early in the morning. Good job. You already got some nice quick wins here over on YouTube. We already got some profits here inside of Profits Chat. Well done, traders. Well done. If we ever were to break, guys, the SPY, I mean, we gapped up above resistance, right? We gapped up today above that 417.60 level of resistance. That tells us that we have so much potential to open on up today, guys. So much potential. I would say play long, right? We gapped up today above resistance. We have an open door to 429. We came back down and tested that 417 level. Old resistance, new support. We start to see that 419 break. I believe we could definitely have a big day to the upside ahead of us. 420, 425, 430. Again, you don't think that's possible? That's only 10 points. It's only 10 points. We've seen 10 to 15 points in a single day, and we have a reason for the markets to move higher. Not just CPI data coming in fantastically, but we gapped up above that level of resistance, showing strength as we came down and bounced off that level and held as support. We start to go green on the day. This is where we could start to see our next leg up. 417 support at this point in time. Is SSNT halted to the downside now? SSNT halted to the downside. It was dumping on off when I looked at it a moment ago. Yeah, SSNT dropping on down. Wasn't a fan of it. Wasn't a fan of it. AERC was my pick, and it could still be a trade that plays on out in our favor, assuming we can hold above $6, put in some kind of double bottom or higher low, start to curl back on up, nice little U-shape back on up for the break of the downtrend. That's where big time volume could absolutely start to step on in with AERC. So sitting back, being patient with AERC. So watching AERC to see what it does back down towards around that, $5.90 to $6 level on AERC. We still have room back down towards around that gap fill level on AMTD could still be in play. Keep it on watch around that 233. CLWT, I believe, still has room down towards around 216. If we ever crack 216 in the trend line, it's coming back down to 198 on CLWT, but still keeping this one on watch. It's already hit some of our main levels of resistance. So that trade could be done. We'll keep it on watch, though. There's your break of HLBZ. Your target was 187, right? You're going to put a stop right below VWAP underneath that higher low, right around 159 stops. If you guys took the trade for the break of the neckline, you're at 187. Lock in some profits. Lock in a little bit of profits and go risk-free, guys. Right? Lock in a little bit of profits here at your target. Bring your stop loss up to your cost basis. Go risk-free and ride this as a runner at risk-free here on HLBZ. You're asking, where do I take more profits? Between $196 and $2. Between $196 and $2 here on HLBZ, and then $220. But right now, it's a great idea. You're buying as the stock's curling on up, breaking the downtrend. You probably have a cost basis of 167. Your stop was at 158, 159. You can absolutely go risk-free on this trade and have a runner in the system if we're going to continue the breakout and rip and run. So HLBZ, nice little reversal formation for the break of the neckline. Nice inverse head and shoulders formation. Beautiful break. Nice retest. Nice hold. Nice big rip and run here. So you guys are absolutely crushing it already. About 20 cents to the upside here on HLBZ. You guys were grabbing about 40 cents on AERC. And then a lot of you guys jumping on into CLWT, locking in some great profits as well. Good job and good work. I'm personally waiting for the SPY to get above 419, because if we can get above 419 and go green on the day, we could see this thing really take on off to the upside. But if we ever fall back below day's low of 417.30 and we cannot get back above it, I will play puts down towards around 413 today. AERC is just a little choppy right now, but let's see if it sets on up for us. Let's see if there's any opportunity here. We're still waiting for CLWT to come back down towards around 216, and you guys are absolutely rocking it here on HLBZ. You're wondering where support is. You're going to bring support on up right around 174 to 175 is now your level of support here on HLBZ. I'm just kind of sitting back, guys. I'm just kind of sitting back on my hands. I'm waiting for that one great trade. Like yesterday, right? That one great trade presented itself. I took the trade and we were able to make a couple $100 in about 5 minutes. I'm just waiting for that one great opportunity to get involved with, and that's your one and done. Right now, just sitting back on those hands. Looking to see where the next best opportunity is here. HLBZ over 5 today, I highly doubt it. You're asking for a lot. You're asking for a lot. You're asking for the stock to break very strong resistance and the 200 SMA in a single day. I highly doubt it. You might be able to get another $1 to the upside, $1.20 to the upside. You know, maybe $2 into that 200 SMA, but I highly doubt HLBZ exceeds $5 today. It doesn't make any sense as to why that would happen. Again, the market's the market. The stock can do whatever it wants to do. But I think what's more realistic is back up maybe towards around yesterday's high at 237. And then if we really see a strong break, maybe to start filling the gap around 260. And if it really takes on off, I would think at the highest would be like 360. I don't see why it would hit $5. I don't even see it hitting 360 today. I think it would get, you know, stuffed right around that 260 level if we were to continue to move on up. Right now, AERC, it was a nice little scalp. Never followed through. Never broke the downtrend. But what do we talk about all day, every day? When you're in a trade and you have, say, a 20-cent loss, 25-cent loss, what do I like to do? When I'm at a 1-to-1, I like to take profits, regardless of where my target is. When I see a 1-to-1, I like to take a little bit of profits to get paid. Because if it comes back down to my stop loss, at least it reduces my risk or breaks me even. It's just a smart thing for me to do. When I'm at a 1-to-1, I take profits. And then if we continue to break on out and I hit targets, I take profit, take profit, take profit. That trade was up about 50 to 60 cents from those entries. Definitely an area to scale out, lock in profits. And then you see this weakness. Now it's coming back down below your cost basis. Now you're getting out of that trade, but you're still able to walk away with profits because you're doing the right thing. You're taking profits along the move on up. Especially on a penny stock, right? Penny stocks, you take profits into strength. Okay? If you're looking at something like Tesla or the SPY or the Qs, you want to hold into strength, right? But with penny stocks, you're selling into strength because we could see those massive falls, those dumps, those fades. And that's exactly what happened. Sell into strength and then start getting out when you see the weakness. Definitely take these profitable trades the right way on these penny stocks. Right now, AERC looking pretty dead right now. AMTD not doing a lot. CLWT still working its way on down into our trend line here at this point in time. Just so happens to be some prior resistance and prior support at 216. So if we were to make entries at, say, $2.16, okay, let's say we got an entry there at 216. Where was our target? High a day. That's about 46 cents of potential profit. A stop loss would have to be below the 200 SMA if you ask me. So I'd have to go like a 195 stop. So you're going to risk about 22 cents to make 46 cents. That's a 2-to-1, right? You can make about 21% on that trade, and your risk underneath the 200 SMA is about 9%. Would I go all in here at 216? No, because I'd like to get in here at 216 and maybe add at the 200 SMA to give me a nice cost basis right around 207, and then put the stop under the 200 SMA, but giving myself an opportunity to add to my position if we do crack and move lower, because we still have potential to see a nice bounce. So either way you look at it, if you're all in here, you still have a 2-to-1. You're taking a little bit here and you're planning on adding around that 198, cost basis around 207, 206, and you put a stop loss at like 190, you still have a fantastic 2-to-1, 3-to-1 setup on CLWT. So there's two ways to trade this. All in at 216, you're expecting that bounce, you're expecting that trend line to hold and support to hold, and you think it can get back up to those highs. 265, that's a 2-to-1 setup. Or you take half here, you add a little bit more at 198. Now you're all in at an average cost basis of 207, 206 with a similar stop loss. So now you're taking less of a loss if you get both of those fills, and you have more reward to the upside. Now it's a 3-to-1 setup by scaling into this trade. But there's that chance that you only get a half a position here without getting your second position, but you still have that potential to 265. There's a couple of plans for you guys on CLWT, but I would say if you start cracking below 190, that's below that pre-market low, that's below the 200 SMA, that's when the thing starts really dumping on off. Yeah, AMTD is off the watch list now. That was a little pre-market trade. AERC is off the watch list, but for tomorrow, AERC for the possible mid-candle breakout, guys. Possible mid-candle breakout there tomorrow. Guys are still rocking on HLBZ at this point in time, right? Bringing those stops to break even, risk-free. Now you're hitting your second target between $1.96 and $2. What do you do at your targets? You lock in a little bit of profits, okay? You ever start to crack this trend line, don't be surprised if you see this thing dump on back down towards around 175. Starting to see some divergence form. You're starting to see a loss of momentum. It doesn't look as strong here at resistance. To me, there's a higher chance of a crack and a pullback versus a break and a rip. But again, lock in profits at your levels. Be smart, be disciplined, be professional. If we're looking at CLWT here, let's say we were going to go ahead with that plan, right? Say we're going to go ahead and build that plan. So we're looking to get in here at a limit price of $2.16. Okay? And we have a target of 254. Makes sense. 254. And that stop loss would have to go about 195. Actually, where's that low? Talking about 189. So got to go 189. 1.89. If you take a look at that plan, it's not the best, right? If you're looking to get involved at 216 and you have a stop loss at 189 and you're looking at a 254 target, not the best plan. Not. Now, if you get 265 to the penny, 265, then you have a decent plan. Then you have a 2-to-1. But if you bring that target down to that 254 where all of the wicks touch, then it's closer to a 1-to-1. And you want to give it some breathing room, 189. But if you're like, no, I'm putting it right below the 200 SMA at 194. Let's say you go 194. Now you're looking a little bit better, but you take that chance of getting prematurely stopped out of that position. But again, 216 is the trend line. 216 is your level of support. So again, if you took 500 shares at 216 with a 194 stop, and I think that's a little too tight. I think you need to open that up to 189, give it some breathing room. And you did a realistic target of 254. Right there on 500 shares, your risk is 135 and a target of 190. I want to see the reward greatly outweigh the risk. But if we took half a position here and we were to add down around 198, we get a nice cost basis of say 207 on 1,000 shares. You're still risking about $200, but then based on your profit, you have some great opportunity to the upside. So let's say your cost basis here is going to be right around that 206 if you get filled twice. That would be 1,000 shares at an average cost basis of 206. Same target of 154 with a 189 stop. Now you're looking pretty good. Now you're looking to make 23% and you're risking 8%. So now you have a pretty good trade plan if you get the crack down the 198, if 198 holds and proceeds to bounce on up. But what do we know about trend lines? Right? When trend lines crack, stocks typically fade and fall. And this is a very important trend line right at support to keep on watch. But you guys have two different plans: going all in, stop loss and target, or scaling it at your two levels, what your average cost basis is going to be, what your stop loss should be, and what your target should be. Both of them are good plans. The second plan of scaling in is much better. The first plan, you still have your reward outweighing the risk, but not greatly. It's below 233 though, guys, right? AMTD cracked the 233 level. So as long as it's below 233, there's no opportunity to the long side. There's no opportunity here as long as it's below 233. Just because it got volume and it bounced on up, where did it bounce on up to? It bounced on up into that level of prior support, which is now going to turn into resistance. So we're not buying at resistance. We cracked on down. We look very, very weak right now at this point in time. It is in a downtrend, okay? The trend is your friend. Do not trade against the trend right now. You don't have enough separate reasons to suggest a reversal at this point in time. Could you see a halt strategy on AERC? That was a big move. We could. Absolutely. Absolutely. AERC currently halted to the upside, halted at 10:01:11. AERC right now at this point in time will be live at 10:06:11. So you got about 4 minutes to go. But yes, you could see a halt strategy with AERC. That was a massive move to the upside. And we have some news here. We have some news that really got this thing going. So now we have a catalyst on a stock that ripped yesterday, on a stock that we're already looking at. AERC proven to eliminate the active Omicron variant of COVID in the air. So right now, with ticker AERC, we actually have a catalyst to back this stock up. So now we have a good press release with big time volume. It's now halted to the upside. 100% a halt strategy on AERC could definitely be a great trade. And we have room to $7.50 and then $8.50 here on AERC at this point in time. And this is where traders are at. This is where the focus is. All right, look at that. Massive crack on CLWT. We're just sitting back on this right now. AERC is where the best potential is now. And the SPY looks fantastic, guys. The SPY looks fantastic. It's very tempting here. Very tempting. Stops under 417. You got to risk about $1.50 here. We're looking for the break over 420 today, and we can definitely see another 5-point move, give or take. That puts you in about 422, 423. The SPY looks great, like it wants to get that break on out here. You have to risk about $1.50, so that's going to be the delta plus half of the delta. You're looking at like a 420 strike. I mean, they're cheap. They're only 66 bucks. Okay? They're only 66 bucks a piece. They're not bad at all. Your risk would be about $45. So you're risking a lot, right? To take that 420, you pretty much have to expect to be right. Because if you're wrong and you get stopped out, you're taking a big $50 loss per contract. But if you're right and we see that break and that continuous move, you could see triple-digit returns. So on a trade like this, your investment would have to be your risk. On something like this, playing it that tight and playing it right, your investment would have to be your risk, and you'd have to be super confident that the SPY is going to break that 419 and rip another 3-4 points to the upside to even make that trade worth it. Or we just wait for the trade to come back down and set up a little bit better, but it definitely has that formation here, like it wants to get that nice break over 419. Let's keep it on watch. Right now, AERC will be live at 10:06:11. We got about 1 minute to go with AERC. So you can scatter your limit orders in. So you can have multiple limit orders. You can go right at 635, 640, 645. break your order up into thirds. Place 3 different orders. Just in case only one gets filled, you're still in. If 2 gets filled, you're in. If all 3 get filled, you got a nice cost basis of 640. Risk about 20 cents. Give about 20 cents of breathing room down to 620, right? So if you're going to risk 20 cents, can you make 40? Absolutely. We have room to 7, 750, 775, and then $8.50. So you have the potential to the upside. And on a halt strategy, you could absolutely risk about 15 to 20 cents on this trade. So you're looking to get filled as close to the halt level as possible and give it about 20 cents, 25 cents max of breathing room. Your first target is $7. You'll be live in 3, 2, 1. All right, looks like we're going to have a 10-minute halt. 10-minute halt here on AERC, guys. All right, so we'll be live at 10, 11, 11. Yeah, Corey, I'm feeling the same way about Roblox. Last night I was like, oh man, I'm down another $900 on that long-term hold. But now that we have Roblox moving on up with the overall market, definitely starting to see some green there. Feels pretty nice. I tell you what, guys, the Qs look like they want to get that break on out. They have that look to it. Right, throw it on a 3-minute, looks fantastic. Got these nice higher lows. You start to see that volume move in over 419. This thing could absolutely take on off. So what I'm going to do, instead of getting in here before the break, just in case it does dump and fade and fall, I'm going to wait for the break and retest over 419. We get a break and retest over 419. We could safely put a stop loss at 418 and risk that dollar. And then we can map out our plan as far as where do we think the SPY is going to the upside. And if we really look at the SPY's chart, we have room to 425. We have room to 430. That's 5 to 10 points to the upside. And you could risk about $1 to $1.50. So if we find the right options contract, and we do believe that the SPY is going to pop another 5 points throughout the day, which is very realistic. And that means we find the right options contract that we can get involved with, where we can let it technically expire worthless, worst case scenario, and that's our loss on the trade. But if we hit those targets, again, we could see some great, fantastic returns. So let's see what happens around 419. Maybe a nice little break and retest to get the ball rolling here on the SPY. Yeah, if I was trading, I would show my P&L. If I have a trade, I pull it over and I show it to you guys. Right now, I haven't taken any trades. I'm watching the SPY, watching the halt strategy here with AERC. But yeah, my P&L is always up for you guys. I've switched brokers. Steve hit it on the head yesterday. Fidelity doesn't like different resolutions. So anytime I try and pull my P&L over, it crashes my system like yesterday. So what I do is I pull it over when I'm in. I take the screenshot of it. I pull it over. You guys can see it. We're all set ready to rock. I've liquidated my accounts, and I'm waiting to refund Lightspeed for day trades for shorts, primarily for shorts. I'm going to be utilizing Fidelity moving forward as my main account. But until I get a different monitor with the same resolution, I have to do the old-fashioned way, pulled over once the trade is complete. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. So AERC should be live at 10, 11, 11. So that means you got about a minute to go here on AERC at this point in time. Active Trader Pro. Yes, sir. Active Trader Pro. Yep. That is what I'm using, is Active Trader Pro. APRN, as long as you hold the trend line, you have room to $4. As long as you hold that trend line, you can definitely break high a day, and your next level of resistance would be $4. You crack the trend line, sellers start moving in, short sellers start moving in, longs stop out, and that's when you see the crack, the fade, and the fall. So APRN, at this point in time, you want to see it hold above that trend line. AERC will be live here in about 20 seconds, guys. Right now, I have bids at $10. Highly doubt it's going to open at 10, but right now I see bids at $10, $9, $8. Big size as well. So let's see if this is going to open up. We want to see maybe a 20-cent open, ideally for the halt strategy. 20-cent, 25-cent open. Anything larger than that, it gets really risky. You're live right now. Should be going live. You are live with a $7 plus open. No way you're getting filled on that. I would be canceling orders. I'd be canceling orders. You want to see the gap up, a quick dump to the halt level, you're filled, then the squeeze. The stock already opened massively. Right now, wait for the next best opportunity. You have tons of resistance at $7.50. Tons of resistance there. I know the stock's strong. I know we have good news. We have a catalyst. There's a reason for this stock to be moving. But I still believe that traders will take profits at resistance, right? Those that are in at $6, they're probably going to lock in profits, right? Wait for the next pullback. Do not chase this stock. I know it's tempting. You think the stock's going to go to the 9, 10, 12 bucks. It very well could. But what if it doesn't? What if it dumps on off right here? Do you want to be in at 790 and take all that risk? The stock's going to pull back. There will be traders at some point taking profits, and there will be buyers sitting back saying, I can't buy here. The stock's up way too high. Sellers are going to say, yeah, we're up really high. I should lock in profits. And when you have that imbalance, more sellers at resistance than buyers, the stock pulls back. Then we could look to get involved on the pullback for the next leg up. Do not buy this stock at high day resistance. You're just asking to blow up an account. Where's that one killer trade at? Where's that one exceptional trade at, guys? Where is it? Do you guys see it? I mean, don't get me wrong. AERC, fantastic, waiting for the pullback. But is there another stock that has great potential? Is there another trade right now that just has substantial potential that has yet to break on out? BCAB, do we have anything here? Moving up on earnings, very light volume. Very light volume. It's up 41% at this point in time, but it is trading pretty light volume, about 25,000 shares, 50,000 shares. OSUR, nothing there. PSHG. All right, let's wait for the pullback here on AERC. Wait for that pullback on AERC. I would say a good pullback level is going to put you back down around... Would put you right around that 675 support. Right around 675 is a great level. You start to break over the highs, you're going to 850, then 875. AJ got 158 on AERC. Way to go. That's what I'm talking about. Way to make it happen. Good job. Good work. Just waiting for the stock to pull back for us. This was a top gaining stock yesterday. Massive rip to the upside, almost 100%. Now we have news to back this stock up. This stock definitely has a lot of great potential with AERC. It's a nice low float stock, 5 million in float. 675 is a light level of support. The best level of support on AERC is going to be $6.35. We have room to 850. We have room to 875. Then we could see the stock at $10. Yes, we could see another $3 today with AERC, but where is this going to come down to? Where is it going to pull back to for the best of the best entry? Looking at maybe a 675 entry off that level of support. We know we have room to $8.50. We're looking to get involved at 675. You want to put a stop below the halt level. Call it 615 stops. 615 stops. A little bit of a nice little 3-to-1 setup. If you can get a fill at 675, put a stop at 615 and really give some breathing room, and you're really being generous, and you have a first target of 850. That's a nice little 25% move to the upside, and your risk is about 8%. So it's a nice little 3-to-1 setup here on AERC if we can come down and bounce off 675. Now, why 675? Look at that resistance in pre-market. Look at that resistance, 675. Look at yesterday, high a day, breakout, retest, retest. 675 would be a nice level to get involved with AERC. If it cracks 675, we could see another area to be a buyer right around 635. You're being generous. Stops are at 615. You crack that halt level, you're probably going to just fade and fall and dump on off a little bit. Right now, 675 would be a good area to get involved. 615 stops. You're being very generous. 850 targets on AERC. And this was a top gaining stock yesterday. We have a lot of focus. We have a lot of attention. The stock has news to back up the move. Yesterday, there wasn't news. Actually, no, they got a U.S. patent. My bad. They got a U.S. patent. And now they say that they're proven to eliminate the active Omicron variant of COVID-19 in the air. Still down on the day, technically. We're down 2.6% from yesterday's close. We're sitting right at some strong resistance. Curious to see, can buyers push this above this very strong level of resistance here? 675 would be one of the better areas to get involved with this. Come down to 635, you could still see a bounce. That could be another great area to be a buyer. Down towards around at 635. Let's see if AERC can come down for us. 675, right? Right here, we have an imbalance, right? Tons of buyers overpowering sellers. Tons of buyers overpowering sellers. But then we get too overextended. Now we're just up way too high. We just ripped $2 into resistance. Now you're going to start seeing more sellers taking profit and less buyers moving in because buyers want to wait to get a lower price. Buyers don't want to chase the stock. Professionals don't want to chase the stock here. They already know that there's going to be a lot of selling. So they're going to back off. Let the sellers come in. Let the stock pull back. Now, when sellers are being depleted, look at your volume, less volume. Sellers are slowly working themselves out of the stock. Now it's easier for buyers to move back in and take control of the stock. So right now, we're still just waiting. I'm waiting for 675. If you guys are in, you have a plan, take it. I'm waiting for 675. I think that'd be a nice area to get involved with AERC. And then adding at 635 and still being generous with a 615 stop. If this thing wants to explode here, I'll let it explode. I'll wait for the next best entry. If you guys are getting in here, have a trade plan built. Make sure that it's a good plan. It's a professional plan. Make sure you're doing the right things. But the good thing that you did, Carlos, is you locked in profits, right? That's never a bad thing. Locked in profits right before the halt. Hey, the good thing is you locked in profits there, man. You locked in profits. Right? Every now and then, you'll find yourself not taking profits. The stock will gap up. You'll turn a base hit into a home run. But what you did is you locked in a nice, consistent trade. Now, every now and then, you stay disciplined like that and you continue to do the right things. Every now and then, you'll find yourself in a scenario where you're in a halt. The stock gaps up. It squeezes another $3. You're tickled to death. You just had a home run trade. You're not aiming for the home runs. You're aiming to get on base. And every now and then, based on that discipline, what I say, the market rewards you. And you get an occasional home run trade that makes your month. So I'm looking for a 675 entry here on AERC. 675 entry, 850 target, 615 stop loss. Let's see if that 675 can get hit. Ooh, no, the SPY starting to fall below 417.30. This is why we wait, right? I talked myself out of the trade. It's tempting, but what if? What if it cracks? What if it fades? Are you willing to take that risk? Are you willing to take that loss? Now, those contracts that we were looking at, they've dropped off about $50 a piece. So now, by being patient, by waiting, guess what we have? A possible retest of that 417.30 for the next leg down. So now we want to flip our bias right now to the short side, right? If we stay below that 417.30, guys, 417.30 to 417.60, we cannot get back above. We can continue to see a nice little drop here back down towards around 415.65 next. So we're going to be looking right around 415.70. 415.70. So let's see if we have anything here. And if we're looking at a 415-ish exit, we'd go with maybe a 415 strike. I mean, they're still cheap. That gives you the option to scale out of those. 28 delta, that would be the one. I would say a 415. And it gives you that option to scale into that trade. All right, take 2 contracts. You can scale out, leave a runner. You're still not investing more than 20% in your account on a single trade. And we're looking right now at these 415 puts. They're right around $50. You know, we're looking for an entry right around 417.30, 417.50. Risk about 50 cents there. Be half that delta. Half that delta is about $12. You're going to risk about $26 a contract. That's about 50% on the contract. All right, your risk is to be about $50 on those 2 contracts, and that's a little much. That's a little much risk. So you're going to have to go with 1 contract there. For me, for the account size that I'm on, to not exceed that $25 of risk. If I take 1 contract, I can risk $1. I can let this thing breathe a whopping $1 and not exceed that $25 stop. And I know that we could see this thing drop another about $2 to the downside. So let's see what we have coming on up with the SPY off that crack and possible retest here. In my level that I had from the get-go was that 417.66. Tsunami, thank you, Alpha. You got $210 of profit on the day. Woo, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. Then you got Deborah over there locking in about 43 cents a share, coming in clutch, locking in some great profits. Then you got Tsunami locking in 210 on the day. Fantastic work. Fantastic job there. Great stuff. Great stuff, guys. APRN cracking that trend line. AERC looking a little top heavy here. Still has some room to fade and fall. Technically back down to the halt level of 635. AMTD. Nothing here. HLBZ. Nothing here. CLWT. Lost a lot of that volume. Lost a lot of that focus. ATRA. Not looking great. TBLT still fading. Q's trying to bounce here a little bit. SPY working on that crack and retest. Right now, it's still AERC is the #1 stock that we definitely need to keep our focus on. Came down towards around that 662 level. Still have this downtrend we're looking to have broken here on AERC. So right now, the #1 stock is AERC at this point in time. Well, we got more profits in chat. You got Johnny for a second scalp on AERC. Lock it in, $31. He doubled his goal. Johnny doubled his goal today. 109.50 on the day. Johnny, that's what I'm talking about. Good job, boss. Good freaking work. That's absolutely amazing. AJ, good job. Jake, Rob, D from the NYC. Good job, ladies and gentlemen. Way to come in. Way to make it happen. HLBZ still has room back down to 152, guys. Still has room down towards around 152 on HLBZ. I'm not touching the stock right here, right now. Absolutely not. Still has room down towards around 152 on HLBZ. AMTD is off the watch list. AERC, still watching it. APRN, off the watch list. ATRA, off the watch list. Still watching CLWT just to see if we start moving on back up. Got to get back above 216 on CLWT. HLBZ, we've discussed. AERC is still that one stock that we want to keep on watch as we have good news to back up this trade. Potential break of the downtrend. We could see it back up to high a day and then $8.50. So right now, guys, it's kind of sitting back, still looking for the next best trade. It's definitely a little bit of a chop fest today. You got HLBZ with some good action and then no follow through. AERC with some action, waiting to see if we can get that follow through. CLWT with some action and then fading on down, no follow through. The Q's working on its retest. The SPY trying to get back above that level, currently working on that potential retest as well. You can bring that resistance up just a little bit higher and still have a good level of resistance right off that 417.83. 417.83. Nice bounce level, 417.83. Crack and retest, big flush. Let's see what the SPY does here around this 417.83 level. APDN cracking below 455. We talked about this morning. If we cannot actually break and stay above $5, that's a key level. If we can't and we reject it hard, then we'll probably crack 450 to 455. We crack that level, here we go on down to 363. And that was our analysis this morning. If we cannot get a break and stay above 5 and see strength, and we get rejected again, we have more odds of cracking that 450 to 455 and then dumping on down towards around 363. Or anything that you guys are looking at right now that you think has fantastic potential? Anything that you see right now that you think has fantastic potential, guys? Right now, just watching AERC above that 660 level, maybe start the setup for a break of the downtrend. Maybe. You got CPS, light volume grinder, MRSN, not a lot. ENVB, nothing. KSP, and look at some prior day movers right now, guys. That's it. Looking to see if anything that was a prior day mover, looking to see if anything starting to set on up here. Stir. Oh, buddy. I appreciate you. Make me feel all good and bubbly inside. Again, no follow through today, guys. That's what we're seeing across the board is no follow through. So if you start to see a move, you start to see potential and you're getting in, get out quick. Right? You're starting to get into something, you see potential, get out quick. Walk away from your trades, lock in profits. What are we not seeing? We're not seeing follow through. 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 Is there potential? Absolutely. But lock in your profits. Stocks aren't breaking, pulling back, setting up, breaking again, pulling back, setting up. You get quick spikes. You have some decent opportunity, but there's no consistent follow through. It's not like we saw the last 3 weeks. The market's definitely changing once again. Decent spikes, but no follow through. Okay, last 3 weeks, decent spikes, nice pullback, great follow through. Stocks ripping 2, 3, 400%. We're not seeing the follow through. Take advantage of these quick opportunities to the upside, lock in your profits. Then look to be a shorter off these levels of resistance. That's what's working. So I have my plan on AERC, right? I put my limit order in the system. I got filled, stop in the system, target in the system. Set it, forget it. I'm going to let AERC do its thing. I like the risk to reward. 3-to-1 setup has good news. One of yesterday's top gainers was already halted to the upside. We're starting to see a very strong decrease in selling volume as well, telling me that buyers could easily start to move back in and take control. There's not another stock taking on off. There's not another stock ripping on up. AERC is the most credible stock at this point in time to see that next leg on up. We have good news. Yesterday's top gaining stock. Again, nice big rip on up, about $2 to the upside. Great volume. We were halted, just waiting to see where those buyers are stepping back in. They could step back in at 635 off that halt level. How many times have you seen a stock halt? Gap up, 30 minutes it fades. It fades. It fades. Comes down, bottoms at the halt level, and then goes on its next leg up. We've seen it time and time again. Out of every stock out there, this is the most credible stock. So I did build our plan on AERC with that 675 entry, being generous at a 615 stop loss with an 850 target, assuming the stock is going to have these big time buyers moving back in, get that big time volume, and we do have a realistic target of 850, which is a 3-to-1. Even if I take profits at 790, it's still over a 2-to-1 setup. Looking to see what AERC does at this point in time. APDN, again, there's just no follow through. That's it. CLWT, we'll just watch to see if we can get back above 216 here. We can get back above $2.16, then there's potential. There's potential for another leg up here. But right now, CLWT, got to get above 216. Check out TTOO. Right at a very strong level of resistance, 15 cents. TTOO. Look at yesterday's open. Yesterday's open. We gap up. We open right here around 15 cents. We spike up to 16 cents, get rejected off our 50 SMA. Massive dump. Now we're gapping up a little bit. We're seeing what we call a little bit of a dead cat bounce. It got smacked really hard yesterday. Now we're starting to see it pop on back up a little bit. But again, you're coming right into a very strong level of resistance, right around 16 cents, which is right around the 50 SMA as well. So right now, you got a penny to the upside. Realistic target, you got a penny here. That's realistic. You got a penny. A penny. All right, where's your stop? All the way back down to like 12.5. It just... risk reward doesn't make sense here. So TTOO, I don't really see a lot. TTOO has earnings coming on up on the 15th. But again, massive drop yesterday after the gap up, and we got rejected off the 50 SMA. That's going to be another level where you can expect to see some sellers locking in profits that may be in this trade at this point in time. Now, if it breaks and stays above 16 cents, now we have opportunity. Now there's potential. But right now, as we're nearing 16 cents, about a penny away, there is definitely not an opportunity here. APDN's cracking that 455, guys. Starting to fall below 455 here. CLWT is starting to pop back above our 216 level of resistance. Let's see if we can turn into support. So right now, nice little break back above 216. If we see it come down, as long as it stays above 216, guys, you do have some good potential back up to 240, 254, and then 265. If you're looking for an entry, you could safely risk 16 cents. Put in a stop right underneath these lows at 203. Go with a stop at 201. That's 15 cents of risk. Can you make 30 cents plus on this trade? Well, if you go all the way back up into the 260s, yes. Yes, you can. That's a 3-to-1. If you hit 242, that's about 27 cents. So that's about a 2-to-1, and that's a good target of 240. So watch CLWT if you like the breaks and retests, right? Breaking back above resistance, retesting. After we're trying to reverse here just a little bit, and you believe this is a reversal point, this is a retest point, you see the potential here. This is a trade that you like. Safely put stops underneath low of day. That's about a 15-cent risk. Your targets are going to be 242, 254, 265. APDN's looking very weak. AERC got to hold the halt level for this trade to still have potential. Right now, I want to say this one more time and stress this again. No follow through today, guys. There hasn't been follow through. HLBZ, we ever crack this trend line, watch for the dump back down to 152, right? You have VWAP resistance. If VWAP rejects this stock right here, right now, and then you start to see that drop below the trend line, it's going to probably pull back to 152, guys. It doesn't look great. It looks a little weak at this point in time. The only thing that you have right now is the break and retest on CLWT. But remember, there's a lack of follow through today. Right now, AERC had 2 points to bounce, 675, 635 halt level. Looking for the potential break of the downtrend off one of these levels of support to see buyers move back in. One of the most credible stocks that we have today. There is a press release. We have some nice volume as well. It was one of yesterday's top gaining stocks. It already made a massive move today, and traders know that it can make a massive move again. You think about the majority of traders. What are they thinking? What are they looking for? What are they waiting for? Well, they're waiting for that next stock to go on a massive move. And what stock has everything it needs to go on a massive move again? AERC, the press release, prior day mover. The stock ripped 100% yesterday. It's already been halted today. It's already made a $2.40 move from $5.50 up towards around $7.90. This is the one stock that could definitely start to move again. And that's what traders are probably thinking, right? Get in the minds of other traders. What are other traders thinking? Right now, that's probably what they're thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's what they're thinking. It starts to move. You start to see more buyers move on in. We could start to see a nice little move to the upside here. And again, it's already proved itself once. Maybe it proves itself again for the second time. You got the CLWT break and retest. You're stopping out about 15 cents away. You got about a 45-cent target. That's your final target back up towards around high-day resistance. There's the crack of the trend line, HLBZ. Again, the trade plan, once again, AERC, right? This was the plan. Be a buyer at 675 off support, adding at 635 off the halt level, 615 stops, being nice and generous. Targets are going to be back up at high a day, 850. All right, so back up towards around high a day, and then 850 if we're able to break over high a day. We start to see some strength. We start to see a move. Sell into the strength. Lack of follow through today. Have decent potential. You have stocks trying, but they're not holding up. Right now it's 1040. 1040 in the market, guys. Right now, you got more or less some sideways movement. We're not seeing any kind of big moves. I mean, go look at the SPY. Go look at yesterday. The SPY didn't really do a lot yesterday. It moved in about a 1.5 range. Like that's it. From a high of right around 412.60 to a low of 410, right? It had a $2 range yesterday on the SPY. The day before that, there was decent movement, right? The day before that, there was pretty decent movement. We saw the SPY drop from 417 down to 412, a 5-point drop. The day before that, we saw some volatility and movement. Today, you're more just sitting sideways, right? You haven't really moved all that much. From a high of day right around 419 to a low right around 417, another $2 move in the past hour and 10 minutes. Very similar price action as yesterday. Today, there may not be any fantastic opportunity with the SPY. Traders and investors may be just sitting back, digesting what's going on because we had such a substantial move here in pre-market. There may not be enough juice left to see it move higher or to really dump on off. We may just see more sideways chop. Not really digging the price action on CLWT. We already knew HLBZ had higher odds of cracking the trend line off the VWAP rejection. No trades there. AERC kind of sitting sideways. APDN very choppy. APDN's coming off that watch list. All right, so let's do this. Like I told you guys, right around 10:30 to 10:40 over on TikTok. Today, we're going to switch it up, do something a little bit different, all right? Typically coming in with structured lessons and topics and discussions. Every now and then I like to do an open floor discussion as well and just let you guys ask questions. What I would like to do today, and we'll take a vote, we can do an open floor discussion, number one, on Wednesday since YouTube is completely open for free. Again, answer your questions directly, help you guys out with what you need help with today. Or you guys can do shoot me with topics. Right? If you have a topic, you're like, yes, I need educated on this topic, on this subject. I need a refresher on this. I need more clarity on this. This is your opportunity inside a chat and on YouTube to say, hey, this is what I want to learn more about today. And then we'll personalize our lesson and our discussion based on what you need help with so it pertains to you so you can start making the right steps in the right direction today. Last thing I want to do is talk about the RSI when you guys know the RSI. We got the videos in the video lessons library about the RSI, but what's something different that you guys need help with today to become a better trader today? And I want to make sure that we're using our time wisely, starting at 11 o'clock. Angela saying, what's the best way to take profits? That's a good topic. That's a good discussion. It really bleeds into support and resistance. And it really depends on what you're trading. So the best way to take profits, are you trading penny stocks or are you trading larger cap stocks? Are you trading equities? Or are you trading options? But it all comes down to having a plan. It all comes back down to preparation. And again, marking up these key levels of support and resistance, right? Marking up all your levels of resistance, potential profit targets, marking up all your levels of support, potential entries, having a plan to be a buyer somewhere and a seller somewhere. If the stock goes to this price I've marked as resistance, that's where I want to sell. That's how you look to lock in profits. It all starts with I would say in this order, support resistance, morning preparation, getting prepared, marking up your levels. Again, potential entry levels, potential profit levels, and then your stop levels. Building a plan, right? Why are you getting into the trade? What's your entry? What's your cost basis, right? What's your share size? What's your stop? Where are those profit targets you have predefined? And then all you have to do is stay disciplined, Angela. When that price hits your level, you click the sell button. For example, CLWT, we had a 262 target today. All you had to simply do was click sell at 262. That's all you had to do. That's all you had to do. If you would have taken the AERC trade out of the gate, right, into strength, into the downtrend, that's resistance. All you had to do was click the sell button when you notice the stock hitting your level of resistance. We can definitely talk more about that here around 11 o'clock. But I think there's a little bit more foundation to be built before we dive hard and heavy into it. Lesson number one that I would watch, support and resistance. We have 3 new lessons in the video lessons library. How to identify key levels of support and resistance. Start there. Then watch the 3 A's. How to build trade plans utilizing the 3 A's. And then once you have those 2 under your belt and you have more of an education and understanding of those 2 things, it's going to be easier and clearer on where to lock in profits. And then all you have to do is be disciplined and do what you say you're going to do. So again, AERC trying to get above 216, but it's failing to follow through and move higher. HLBZ looking pretty weak. Room down the 152. AERC still don't really have that umph yet. I mean, if we can break back above the VWAP, break back above 7, that's where we could see some big-time buyers and some big-time volume start to move on back in. But right now, as long as we're under the VWAP, we are technically considered to be on the bearish side of the trade. Candle spreads during the day. The size of candle in a move up or down. You want to back up the candle spreads with volume as well. Yeah, that's volume price analysis. Now, the one thing I'm going to tell you is Cole has the best understanding with volume price analysis, really breaking down the size of the candles in conjunction with volume, right? We can definitely give you a little bit of a simple understanding on volume price analysis, but if you want a full, comprehensive, complex, and detailed understanding of volume price analysis, looking at the spreads of candles in conjunction with volume, there's an amazing book called Volume Price Analysis, and that's going to be, I mean, the best book you can probably get your hands on with understanding candles, the spreads, and volume, and that's going to be simple, clear. It's going to give you those details that you really need as well, but we can discuss it a little bit today as well. And right now, we just don't have too much at this point in time, guys. Right now, we got the SPY kind of sitting sideways and chopping, really digesting that big move in pre-market. The Qs really just kind of sitting sideways, right? Really digesting that big move here in pre-market. AERC, it's struggling. Lack of follow through. HLBZ, nothing, guys. Again, I'm not saying too much. If you have a ticker that you see that you think has potential, bring it to our attention. Let's review it. Right now, it's a pretty slow day. So we're going to use our time wisely. Let's go ahead and dive into an afternoon lesson, afternoon discussion, open floor Q&A session. Again, speak about things that pertain to you and what could be helpful right now in your trading career. So again, hit me with some questions, guys. Right, we have some great questions from members inside of chats. BARK looks weak. BARK grinding up to resistance. If it can't break 215 and 215 holds the stock down and you crack the trend line, it's going to come back down towards around low a day. BARK just has this very weak grind to it, right? It's in a downtrend. We got a high and a low. A lower high, a lower low. Potential lower high right off 215 daily resistance. Looking pretty weak intraday. Barely any volume. Assuming 215 holds this stock down as resistance and then it cracks this trend line, we could drop on off. Very similar situation to HLBZ. Very weak grind into resistance. Cracking the trend line, starting to dump on off. BARK looking very similar. Right, not looking all that great. AERC starting to give a lot back right now, guys. Looking pretty weak. Not looking all that great. Again, no follow through. Today's the day that you sit on the sidelines. You can be a sideline trader. Sit on the sidelines. Chill out. Just watch stocks. Observe. Maybe we got some power hour action. Maybe we have some lunchtime action. But right now, what I can safely say confidently is there is no action right now at 1050. Things are just looking very weak at this point in time. Volume price analysis. It's a female. It's a female name, like Ann something. But yeah, it's volume price analysis. Anna Calling. Fantastic. I love it. Placid coming in clutch. Anna Calling. Volume price analysis. And just a simple takeaway for volume price analysis, right? To keep it really, really simple. And this is what you're going to really see in the book and what you're going to read about. Again, this is just an introduction. But when you're talking about the spreads of candles in correlation with volume, right? Let's say you have a massive move on up, right? Let's say this is one big bullish candle, right? You see that massive move. Then you start to see the spreads lessen. Now the spreads are lessening, right? So you have a big, massive move on up. Now we're starting to see that the spreads are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The stock's price is technically moving up. You see a massive move. You think the stock can continue higher. But when you look at the volume, right, if you start to notice that volume is increasing along the move up, right? A lot of traders get it backwards. They say, hey, volume's increasing, stock is moving on up, it's got to continue higher, right? That's strong. Don't get me wrong, that is strong. You see increased volume along the move up. But in that book, you're going to hear about volume price analysis and then candle spreads. You see the price moving on up. Yes, you want volume to follow to show strength. But if you notice the spreads of the candles getting smaller and smaller and smaller, that means you have sellers holding it down, holding it down, holding it down. You have buyers pushing it up, but you cannot continue to rip and run to the upside. The spread of the candles are getting smaller and smaller and smaller on increased volume. That could be a great sign of a reversal formation. Now, on the flip side, if you see that big move up, big move up, big move up, right? And the candles are equal in spread or larger along the move up, and you see volume increasing, that is a pure sign of strength, right? Volume's increasing. Spreads of the candle are about equal or increasing as well. That is a sign of continued strength. So the biggest difference between example A and example B, the main difference is the spread of the candle. The volume is exactly the same. The stock went from $5 all the way to $6, right? Same move. From 5 to 6, from 5 to 6. Volume's increasing on both scenarios. But the biggest difference between these two examples is the spread of every candle. If you notice volume moving on up, but the spreads of the candle getting tighter and tighter and tighter, what you're going to learn about in that book is that is a potential sign of a reversal. However, if you see that similar move to the upside, volumes correlating and following, that shows strength, and you see equal spreads and candles, if not the spreads getting larger to the upside, that is a sign of continued strength, and we can continue to see that stock move to the upside. And then Angela was talking about the best way to take profits, right? So the best way to take profits. And like I said, Angela, you know, trying to fit in those 2 to 3 topics in the next 30 to 45 minutes is challenging. So I highly recommend that you do 2 things. I highly recommend, number 1, and you go ahead and write this down, that you come into the video lessons library. And I would start here, our most recent lesson on support and resistance, how to identify key levels of support and resistance. That's about 42 minutes long, and we go in extreme detail. And once you have a better grasp of how you properly identify support resistance, you're going to feel confident to mark up your levels. You're going to mark up all of these levels of support, all of these levels of resistance. And when you have those levels on your chart, those are potential entry areas and profit-taking levels and stop loss levels, right? We base trades around support and resistance. A stock comes down and double bottoms, but it's just a random price where it double bottoms. Is that a strong double bottom? Because a double bottom indicates market structure. And you just see a double bottom just at a random price at a random level that's not backed by support, you wouldn't really put that much emphasis into that double bottom. But if you see that double bottom form at a key level of support, you can put more emphasis in. That's a possible reversal. You put in market structure at this key level of support, that shows strength. So first things first, how to identify levels, key levels of support and resistance. Feel confident with marking up those levels because, again, those are going to be areas that you look to lock in profits. Those are going to be areas that you look to possibly get in if there's a formation at one of those levels of support, if there's a high probability setup forming at that level of support. And then stop losses. You put stops underneath prior swing lows, support, stops under key levels of support. If they crack, that shows weakness. You're going to put stops based on those levels of support as well. Then once you have that confidence to mark up these levels of support and resistance, the next thing you need to do is learn how to build a proper and professional trade plan. So go type in trade there in the search bar, and then come on down to building trade plans with the 3 A's. Another lesson that's 42 minutes long. That's going to be an hour and a half of lessons on support, resistance, key levels. How to build a proper trade plan, right? We talk about analyzing, marking up those levels of support and resistance, assessing your entry, assessing your stop loss, assessing your target, having all of this detailed before you jump into a trade, knowing exactly where you're getting involved, where you're buying, how many shares you're buying. If the stock comes down 20 cents, is that a stop level, right? If the stock rips up $1, is that a profit level? Assessing all of your levels and your entry and your share size. And then the final thing is acceptance, accepting that plan, making sure you honor that plan with discipline. So if you get in at 650 based on your plan and the stock comes down to 625 and that's your stop loss based on your plan, that's where you get out. That's where you have a stop loss in the system and you honor that and you walk away and you accept that loss. You're accepting it ahead of time, so you're going to be okay with taking that small loss if you're prepared for that trade, if you're prepared and accepting that loss ahead of time. And if the stock rips up $1, you're not freaking out, Angela. You're not like, do I sell here? Is this a good area? You're already prepared. You already know that, yes, this is a level to take profits at. This is an area that I need to be getting out because it's a key level of resistance. And I told myself before I entered this trade that if the stock got to that price, I would click that sell button. And all you have to do is remain disciplined to click that sell button. So I really think those are going to be the two lessons that you need: support, resistance, building a trade plan. And then if you want to top it off and really get disciplined, right? Go watch Discipline when trading stocks. Really tie those two lessons together with a third lesson, discipline with trading stocks, to be disciplined to honor your stop loss, to be disciplined when taking profits. And that's how I think those three lessons are going to really help you out and give you the detail and the education you need on where do I lock in profits? How do I lock in profits? What's the best way? Those three lessons are going to answer that question. So my whole thing is, do you sell the whole share or do you cash out? Do you sell the whole share or do you cash out? So here's another lesson for you, Angela. I mean, guys, we got over 100 lessons in the video lessons library for a reason. Every topic that you can think of is in the video library. Well thought out, very structured lessons, right? We have one that's trade breakouts. We also discuss how to properly enter and scale out of trades within this lesson. So you get a little bit of a breakout lesson. We do talk about proper entries and how to scale out of your trades, and then trade without fear and emotion. And that's something else that's going to really tie into this. How are you going to get in without fear and trade without emotion? To honor those exits, to honor those profit targets based on your support and resistance after building that trade plan. And this lesson as well is going to basically tell you and show you how to properly scale out of your trades. And it comes back down, Angela, to support and resistance. So for example, what was the trade that we took yesterday? The trade that I took yesterday was RETO. RETO, okay? So RETO, I come in and I say, you know what? I got a plan here. I have a trade plan, okay? And just for an example, my trade plan was to buy at $1. So this solid green line was my entry, and we took this trade. And our stop loss was right there at 0.975. We never got stopped out. So this red line was my stop loss. That's the first thing you have to do. Where am I going to get in and why? And where am I stopping out and why? My stop loss here, let's just call it 3 cents, 97 cents. Okay, and I'm looking to take this trade. We come down to $1. It's $1 support. It's off the 200 SMA. We have our reasons. We have part of our plan built. I want to be a buyer at $1, and I'm going to risk about 3 cents. And now we have to set profit targets. How do you do that? We'll just go find levels of resistance. So where's the first level of resistance I see here on this stock? Well, if I look at pre-market, I can see there was a lot of resistance here at about 117. At 117. That is your first profit target. Now I see the spiking high at 125. That can be my second profit target. And then I see these spiking highs on the daily chart indicating daily resistance. And remember, daily overpowers intraday. So now I see that spiking high here on the daily chart at 135. So right now I'm building a plan. So these purple lines here, or these blue lines, are my profit targets. 117, profit target number 1. Okay. Second blue line, profit target number 2. Third blue line, profit target number 3. So now I have a plan built. I know I'm going to buy at $1, the green line. I know that if we hit the red line, I stop out. That's 3 cents of risk. I know if the stock comes up to 117, that's a profit target. If we hit 124, that's a profit target. If we hit 135, that's a profit target. So as I'm building my plan is to scale out at these 3 profit targets. So if I make my entry at $1 with 1,000 shares, okay, I'm in. 1,000 shares at $1. If it comes down to 97 cents and I stop out, I'm losing $30. If the stock rips to 117, I can do one of 2 things. Number 1, I can completely get out of that trade. Completely out of the trade for $170. Or I want to scale out. So how many profit targets do I have? I have 3 profit targets. So how would I scale out? In thirds. So if I have 1,000 shares, I would take 300 shares and sell at 117. I would take another 300 shares, sell at 124, and the additional final 300 shares at 135. It'd be 333, right? You take 1,000 shares on this trade, and you say, how many profit targets do I have? I have 1, 2, 3. So that's your second option, to take your shares, 1,000, divide it by 3, that's 333, and you're going to take 333 shares at profit target 1, 333 shares at profit target 2, 333 shares at profit target 3. Now, the question I get a lot is, okay, Josh, we hit 117. I locked up 333 shares. What do I do now? Well, you take profit at 124 and 135, but there's something else that you should be doing at that point in time. When you hit first profit target and you've made an exit and you're gotten paid, what I highly recommend you do is take that stop loss to your cost basis. So that means if you hit profit target number 1 and you locked in some profits there and the stock dumps, you're going to get out at what you got in at. So you're not going to lose anything on your other 667 shares. Those 667 shares that you have left over that have yet to be sold, worst case scenario, they sell at what you got in at. So you're not going to lose any money on that 667, but you're going to make money on the 333 that you sold at profit target number 1. That's minimum. That is worst case. You bring that stop to break even and you ride the other 667 shares risk free. And then if you hit profit target number 2, you take an additional 333 shares. Your stop loss still at the lowest is your cost basis on your final position. Because if you hit 125 and then it dumps, you don't want to lose money on that final position that you have. You want to get out at break even and be risk free. And if the stock hits 135, you're completely out of that trade. Let's see how that trade worked out. So we would have hit profit target number 1, 333 shares were sold. Profit target number 2, 333 shares were sold. That's 666 shares. That's a bad number. Let's say 667. What was your average exit? Well, right in between 117 and 124. So your average exit would have been 121 on 667 shares. Times, what was your entry? $1. You got out around 120 times 0.20. You would have locked in $133. Now, you still have 333 shares left. you're going to sell it at 135. Worst case scenario, you break even on that. What happens? Stock comes down, you broke even. So you made $166, but you still gave it a chance to hit that 135 profit target. But if you would have held that other 300 shares and you did not do anything, and let's say you sold today, that other 300 shares, 333 shares, now you're getting out at, say, 85 cents. That's 15 cents of loss. 0.15, that's $50. So now you just gave up 50 bucks. You had 133 in your pocket. Now you have $50 less because you didn't bring your stop loss to break even. So that's what I do. When I'm scaling out, when I hit profit target number 1, I scale out in thirds, in fourths, in 50% increments, depending on what my plan is. How many profit targets do I have? 4? Well, I'm going to scale out in 25% increments. I have 2 profit targets. Well, I'm going to scale out in 50% increments then. Okay? The second I hit profit target number 1 and I execute and I sell, I always bring my stop to break even and I ride that trade risk free. Just in case it dumps on off, I don't give back those profits that I've already made. And you're gonna play around with these different ways of scaling out. You're gonna scale out in thirds and 50% increments, in 25% increments, in tenths, whatever. You're gonna play around with different variations based on the style of trader that you are. Scalping or traditional, options or penny stocks, large account or small account. Scalper, right? Depending on how you trade and what you trade, you're gonna play around with these variations and you're gonna figure out what works for you. Maybe you're like me a year ago where you get all in and all out. Right? You're all in, stock moves up 30 cents, you're all out. You don't scale out of trades. You just get out, you make your grand, you walk away. That's okay. You can get in, all in, and all out. But if you want to scale and scale out, or all in and scale out, whatever the case is, you're going to play around with those variations. But it's all the same. It's the same context and the same approach at the end of the day. Just different ways of scaling out based on those profit targets. And you're going to come to find out what works best for you when you play around with those variations. Absolutely. I made this before the break. Will you check my trend line? I think it's right. What stock is that? So I definitely need to know the stock. That looks like HLBZ. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like HLBZ with a 195 high and a 152 low. So that looks like HLBZ. Yep. And then what you have here is a trend line. You want to find 2 points. Point number 1 needs to be a significant point. So you got point number 1 is high a day. That's a significant point. And then connect your lows. So right here, we do have a valid trend line. You found a significant point, which was the high of day. It dropped. You find your lower high before the next leg down. You have 2 points to connect to. You run it out to the right. And what we see here is it did break, and it's slowly grinding on up here. So that would have been a valid downtrend, Jake. Absolutely. No, you're good. You're good. But absolutely. Absolutely. That would have been a nice little downtrend there on HLBZ. All right, so we've discussed how to take profit. We've discussed a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit on volume price analysis, but I wouldn't do that book any justice. That is a phenomenal book. You dive into it, you read it, right? Absolutely. Study that book in and out. I wouldn't do the book any justice, and that is some of the best education you can get when it comes to volume price analysis specifically. Josh, you are so great for this team long term. Ooh, I love it. Kamal always making me feel good, guys. Kamal's always making me Feel good. Jake's making me feel good, always putting a smile on my face. Stir, you guys are fantastic. So excited for all of our futures. I'm excited as well. We definitely have a long future ahead. So many big things with Alpha Day Trading, so many big ideas and how we're just going to change the trading industry, right? Getting away from alert services and your typical hyped up discords to actually providing legitimate, proper education. So you guys can actually go out here and trade self-sufficiently. It's a good feeling. It's a prideful feeling. Being able to learn what this takes, be able to master this, and take on your trades by yourself without needing to rely on somebody, that is a good feeling that no one can ever take from you once you have mastered this. And that's what I want to be able to do is the individuals that want to learn how to actually acquire the skill set, that are ready to learn and take the initiative, I'm here to help guide you towards success. And our track record speaks for itself versus just trying to give you a fish. You can eat for a day, right? Give you an alert, you can make a couple bucks. But what happens if I go? God forbid, what happens if something happens? Right? You guys are like, oh, what do I do? Right? No, you guys will know how to trade. You can live that alpha legacy, baby. You guys know what it takes to trade. I love it. Amazing. Absolutely. You know, you got your break over 419. You are coming back down for the retest. But one thing I do want to point out here that I've noticed, I don't know if you've noticed this, Corey, is lately, what I've noticed is a lot of our breaks and retests aren't as consistent, right? Crack and retest, break and retest. A lot of these trades, these styles, right, and these strategies haven't been as consistent as they have been. But you are green on the day. Number one, that's a plus. You did gap up, and you have an open window now. The doors are open for the SPY to move through that level of resistance. We're above it. We have a lot of room to 429 in the coming days and coming weeks. You did break, and you are retesting 419. You got to build a plan, right? You think the stock is going to continue a slow, steady grind throughout the day into that 425, 430 level. You think that's going to happen by Friday? Maybe you go Friday's expirations, 425 strike, right? You got about 5 to 6 points to the upside potentially if you think this has potential to do that over the next 3 days. Maybe you risk back below that 418. Give it about $1.50 of breathing room. You have so much potential, maybe 5 to 6 points to the upside, maybe to 430. You never know. But this is a good sign for the SPY that we gapped up above resistance and we didn't fall right back below and we aren't trading lower. We gapped up, we came down, we retested, chopped a little bit, but now we're making a decision that the markets want to move higher above that 419. So as long as we hold 419, we have potential to continue this uptrend throughout the entire day. And we know we could see another 4 or 5 points. And we know we could see the SPY make that kind of move. And you're 100% right. The lack of follow through. That's it. Lack of follow through. We're not in the same market penny stock wise that we were in the last 2 to 3 weeks. We had follow through left and right. The market was on fire. We had 2, 3, 400% runners, multiple stocks running, following through consistently. But the markets change quickly. And now we're starting to see that lack of follow through. And we're starting to see a little bit of a lack of follow through even with the SPY and the Qs. It's just a different type of market we're in. So if we know that 70% of the time there is opportunity, but the opportunity doesn't last long because there's no follow through and things seem to fall apart, take your opportunity, but have the mindset and the plan of, I have to get out quick. I got to get in right where I think that bottom is, for example, and then get out the second it starts to move on up and lock in some quick profits. Maybe scale out, hold a contract, hold half your position. If it does follow through, great. If not, you're still making some profits. But that's one thing you have to do is just readjust and approach the market differently. If you're not seeing that follow through, but you're seeing opportunity, take the opportunity, get out quick. Don't be greedy because you already know that 80% of the time the stocks roll over. There's no follow through. You have that option. Or you just kind of sit on your hands and look. Just sit on your hands and just observe the market. Sometimes the best trade's no trade. The best traders sit on the sidelines versus being active in the markets, right? Some of the best traders trade less. Maybe got like 2 trades a week. And I told you my story back in 2020. I traded literally like 40% of the month and had my biggest month ever. And I barely traded because I sat back and I waited for those right setups. Market conditions played a factor, but I sat back and I waited for those setups. Less trading, the better. Deborah, appreciate you sharing your knowledge. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I do this. I show up. I love educating. I love helping. I like helping others succeed and find success. It's just a feeling you can't explain. It's a passion of mine, and I love it. And I'm glad that you guys are getting that education. You see the value, and that you guys are enjoying the stream. So much appreciated. Amazing. All right, so let's go ahead and scan through our leaderboard as you guys are continuing to ask amazing questions. So far, amazing questions, guys. Amazing stuff. And if you need more clarity on something we've discussed, I'll go ahead and hit it on the head again. If there's a different topic or something else you need help with, and we can build that into a personalized lesson, let's go. Let's make it happen. But I want to make sure that what we're talking about today directly pertains to you. We haven't done an open floor discussion in a while. Everything's been very structured as far as these lessons. I want to make sure that, again, what we're talking about directly pertains to you and where you are in your trading career, so you can see results today, moving forward tomorrow, next week, next month. If you guys are watching NVTA, they reported better than expected Q2 results. This stock from around 240 up towards around 382. We do have support back down at 330, right? So if you're looking for a possible trade, 330 support. You could see a quick dip buy, a quick bounce, maybe a reversal, and maybe a follow through. But remember, we haven't really seen the follow-throughs after the big spikes on up. We're not seeing these stocks continue to move higher. But you do have fantastic support from the daily chart and that hiccup candle intraday. 330 is a killer level of support. You got your hiccup candle, number one. That's a great level for a dip buy. And that level lines up with very clean support on the daily and a lot of resistance right at 330. That is a key level of support for NVTA. So if you're looking for a dip buy, you want to see this thing drop on off about 20 cents right into that 331 level, and then boom, grab about 5-10 cents, scalp it, right? Maybe jump in and take half quick and hold the other half with the stop right below that level. See if we get that follow through. But NVTA has a reason to be moving on up. That 330 is a very key level, and that could be a level to base a trade off of, a dip buy, a reversal, something. So Deborah, you want to use your higher time frames first. So you always want to look at your daily time frame to get levels of support and resistance. You can go into a monthly and then go into a weekly and then go into a daily. I usually do a daily chart. And then once you have your daily chart levels marked up and you're confident in those, go to a 4-hour time frame and fine tune them. Go to a 1 hour and go all the way down into your lower time frames to be able to fine tune those levels. But you always want to start with a higher time frame to mark up your key levels of support and resistance, and then work your way down into those lower time frames. So NVTA right now, NVTA, definitely something we should be keeping on watch. Okay, NVTA, definitely something to be keeping on watch. Yep, newer IPO, IPO'd around $8. Actually, it IPO'd around 660, hit a high of 8, and now we're starting to creep back up. Higher than average volume, but still only trading about 500,000 shares today. Intraday, very choppy chart, very scattered on the volume, definitely not clean. But we know how these newer IPOs can move. Let's see if we can break over that IPO high of 8. And if so, we could see some great action. Angela, have you finished downloading the trading course? It is taking forever. All right, so every file is like gigabytes. They're gigabyte sizes. So my download's fantastic. right? I can download a file in about 5 to 10 minutes, but the upload is taking forever. So like I said, I'm hoping by middle to end of the week, I'm working on this actively. This morning, I was uploading lessons. I'm in module 3 right now, which is great. I'm in module 3, and then I have to finalize with the bonus module. Today, within tomorrow, I did expect it to be done no later than the end of the week. All right, guys. So with that being said, you will see an email hitting your inbox. There will be a coupon only for you. If we see other individuals signing up with that coupon, we will remove you from the course. I don't think anybody's going to have that problem, but just letting you know, everybody that gets an email for the course, you will have a unique coupon that's tied to you. And if we see multiple signups with the same coupon, we are going to remove you guys from the course. Just make sure you're trustworthy. Use the coupon for yourself, all right? Again, we won't have any issues, but you will be getting an email. And then I'll have a link with the coupon. You're going to click that link. You're going to go ahead and just register, put the coupon in. It's going to break it down to $0, and you get immediate access to the course. My main focus is to keep cranking that today, tomorrow, and have everything ready to go to send you that email, to give you those details here on Friday. And again, I do apologize it's taken so long. Again, with them doing the updates and having issues and complications, it stinks for them. But we were able to find another provider that we like a lot better. You guys are going to like it a lot more. It gives us more functionality for courses and future courses. So you guys are definitely going to like it. It's definitely a good transition. I'm just taking a little bit longer than expected because it takes a while to get those videos uploaded, being 3 to 5 gigabytes a piece. They're pretty long files. Yeah, you're not missing anything. Like I said, Friday is my deadline that I have for myself. Friday, my goal is to send out those emails to everybody to get you guys that access. All right, we are live on STIX. All right, so we are live on STIX at this point in time. Over $8. This thing has a lot of room to $10 on STIX. We can see this thing spike all the way up to about $10. Right now, big rejection off the IPO high. Angela, exactly. I think over the next 2 days, Wednesday, Thursday, coming into the Friday, I think if you take that time today and just watch support resistance, take notes, really understand it, apply what you've learned on a stock that's actually moving, feel more confident. That's where I'd put my focus today if you're looking to utilize your time. And then tomorrow, I'd come in and focus on the trade plans, right? Watch the trade plan lesson, really get familiar with it, really become confident with it, and apply that in a paper account or on a live account with small size. And become confident with the building of trade plans. Friday, I would watch the how to control your emotions, being disciplined with trading, right? And really get that mindset down. And then, boom, you got a link to the course, and you got your weekend to start diving into that course. It has taken me a little longer to start understanding for me working and studying. The last year has been challenging. However, you are so right about just watch the lessons library. It has been super helpful. You demand, Josh. Thanks for all you do. Jake, absolutely. It wouldn't be possible without you guys inside of chat, right? Alpha, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. So I appreciate you guys believing in what we do and seeing the value and what we just try to do different and just make sure that you guys are getting that education that you need to find success. So, dude, I love it. Absolutely amazing. Good stuff. I mean, again, there's over 100 lessons in the video lessons library. You know that every lesson on average is like 40 minutes long. Do the math. That's 40 minutes long, nearly an hour per lesson. There's 100 lessons, like 70 hours, 80 hours of lessons in there. That's a lot of stuff, a lot of great stuff as well, guys. So definitely take that time in that video lessons library. Definitely take that time when you get access to your course. If you enrolled last week for the yearly, you guys still have access to the course. You guys will have access by Friday. So I'm a noob. I was wondering if you could break down TTOO like you just did for NVTA. Yeah, absolutely. TTOO. I remember we have resistance here at that 15 to 16 cent level. And so, you know, right now on TTOO, what we see here is we open on up, we drop a little bit, and then we have this nice U shape, right? We get this nice U shape, and we start breaking on out, and we have some good volume, right? We ran up pretty quick, and now we just have traders locking in profits. So where could we see the stock pull back to before seeing more buyers move on in? Well, we came down towards around 14 cents and bounced. 14 cents and bounced. And now if we come back down towards around 14 cents, that's an established level of support. We could absolutely see that level of support hold on up. And then we want to run a downtrend here on the trade, right? Because we have lower highs. So we're going to take a trend line off these two lower highs and just extend it out to the right. And so we just have to wait. So we know that we have 14-cent support with downtrend resistance. If we see the stock continuing to hold above 14-cent support and ever break the downtrend, that's when we would see more buyers move back in. And that's when we could see that next leg up. But if we start cracking below 14, what's something that's going to happen? Well, buyers aren't going to be here, right? If it falls below 14, there's not going to be a lot of buyers. Buyers are here at 14 bucks because that's support. So what happens when you crack 14? A lot of these longs that are getting in, a lot of these buyers that are buying at 14, they're going to start selling. You're going to have sellers moving on in. You're going to have short sellers moving on in. You're going to have less buyers to help hold the stock up because you have more people selling to get out of this trade. You have more short sellers entering as well because you're falling below a psychological level of support. So with that being said, if you fall below 14, don't be surprised if you see it fall down to 13.5, back down to $13. But if you hold above 14, that continues to show there are buyers here. And as long as there's buyers here at $14, we still have potential to move higher. But the next level that you need to see buyers move in at is at the break of the downtrend. That's when we're going to see potential to get that nice little break on out towards around 16 bucks. But again, I don't like the risk reward here. I don't like it at all, right? Yeah, you got support at 14. Yeah, you have a downtrend. But let's say you hold 14 bucks. Let's say it breaks the downtrend and you're getting in at 15 cents. Where do stops go? Under support at 14. You're risking a penny. Where's your target? 16 cents. That's a penny. You could literally make 1 penny on this trade. That's not enough movement, number one. I want to find a stock that can move 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 cents. I want a stock that can move. I don't want to trade a stock that can move a penny. I want a stock that can move, geez, that spider's there again. Go home. Get out of here, man. He came out and said, hello, and then he hid back in the blinds. Dude. He comes out again. I'm out. I'm running. But again, you're going to risk a penny to make a penny, and a penny's just not enough. So that's a technical breakdown of TTOO from a technical perspective to gain some insight and education on looking at levels of support, resistance, what we're looking for, the psychology behind it. But from an actual trade perspective, is this a good trade? Is there really a lot of opportunity? Is there a lot of potential? I don't think there is. But we look at something like STIX. Yeah, it's a little bit more expensive. But let's put this in perspective. TTOO, right? TTOO. If the stock goes from $15 to $16 and you took that trade, how much are you making? From 15 to 16. You're making 7%, right? That's a 7% return. That's not bad. Look at STIX. It's moving. But a lot of traders say, but Josh, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Yeah, you can. You may not be able to get a billion gajillion shares, but look at it from a percentage standpoint. This stock went from 627 to 877. It ran 39%. So if you have $1,000 to invest, right, and your $1,000 buys you X amount of shares, you're making 7% on this trade. You're making $70. Okay, that's it. Stock goes from 15 to 16, that's 7%. You have $1,000 in your account that you're going to throw into the trade. Hypothetically, you make 7% on $1,000. That's $70. All right. STIX. It seems expensive. It is expensive comparing it to that 15-cent stock. But when you think of terms of percentage gains, just say hypothetically you bought down here at 628. It's still expensive, and you sold here at the absolute high. Still expensive, but you made 39% on your $1,000. So yes, you're not buying 1,000 shares. You may only be able to buy like 20 shares of the stock, but what's your investment? $1,000, right? You have potential to make 20, 30, 40% on something like STIX versus 7% on TTOO. So get out of the mindset of it's too expensive, but how much money's going into the trade? 1,000, 2,000? What could I make percentage-wise? It's like 3%, not worth it. But if you can see 20, 30%, you're gonna make 20 to 30% on your investment, regardless of the amount of shares that you can buy. Do we think AERC will jump in Power Hour? I mean, I could flip a coin and give you an answer and hope I'm right. I have no idea, like whatsoever, like literally no idea at all if it's going to jump. All I know is we don't have follow through today. That's one thing I'm confident with saying is we do not have follow through today. I could flip a coin. All right, cool. Yep, heads. It's going to rip, and it could rip, and I'm the genius stock master alpha over here. No, I just got lucky, and I guessed. I don't know if it's going to rip or not. It definitely doesn't look good right now. It definitely just lost a lot of volume. I mean, it's barely trading any volume. It's below every level of support, now resistance. It just doesn't really look all that good. So right now, I would say the odds are no. The odds are the stock's probably going to sit sideways, but I don't know what's going to happen. We could see someone come in and buy 100,000 shares right now via market and the stock rip and then every algo jump behind it. Now it's halted to the upside. We don't know. That's an unforeseen variable. But what I do know is we don't have follow through today and the stock's below a lot of its prior support levels, now resistance, and we've lost a lot of volume. So those three things in conjunction with one another puts the odds of probably not. We'll probably just see it continue to fade and sit sideways. And we have better odds of this setting up for a mid-candle breakout tomorrow, right? This could be a great mid-candle breakout opportunity for tomorrow. Yeah, I'll tell you what, the slow grind isn't my thing either, and we just have to adapt. And that's what's challenging for those of you that came in a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, or someone like me that's been in the market for 8 years, that, you know, not used to the slow grind, but used to getting those quick pops and making a couple. It's tough. I'm not a traditional trader at all. I scalp. But this market's been a little bit challenging to scalp in. Having to make that transition and that adjustment to being more of a traditional trader. Set it, forget it. Let the stock just do its thing over the course of a couple hours and, you know, make some profits. Now you got STIX halted to the downside. Now you're going to have some traders nervous. The traders that were chasing this over $8, $8.20, $8.50. You had traders buying this at $8.77, guys. We hit $8.77 because there was an order at $8.77. Someone bought this at $8.77. If you bought this at $8.77 and now it's halted at $7.32 and it gaps out at $7, what's your first instinct? You're going to sell. And you have everybody else that was chasing this stock. Now they're down $1 plus. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to start selling. Right now, guys, there's some fear here. Traders are getting scared, dumping on off, halted to the downside. Right now, not looking good for STIX. I'm going to say it one more time. No follow through. I don't like TTOO either. I believe it's going to crack here. Right, looking at that price action, that lower high off the 9 EMA with a lack of volume, that leads me to believe we have higher probabilities of a crack and a fall versus a bounce. All right, so I'm just throwing that out there. 14 cents. I don't know if it's going to hold. I'm not confident with it. I don't like the price action off this lower high, back down to 14. To me, it looks like it's going to crack versus bounce at this point in time. Kaba, you were in AERC at 675. Yep, I told you guys I had a plan at 675, stops at 615 with those 790 target to $8. Yep. Right now, it's a challenging day. So it's 11:36. We have 24 minutes until we head into lunch. All right, I know it's slow. You guys probably want to get out of here. Maybe you're in the video lessons library studying up. Not a lot of opportunity, guys, right? Some days we come in. We get some quick wins out of the gate. We got traders and profits chat, locking in profits. But then things die on off. There's not a lot of opportunity. That's okay, because what does that do? that gives us an opportunity, number one, to learn how to be patient, to wait for opportunities to come to us, not chasing opportunities, not chasing stocks, but be patient. The market's testing us right now, giving us an opportunity to work on our patience, to work on our discipline, to say, you know what, there's nothing in the market. Why would I trade? Right? That's a mindset. That's something that's going to strengthen your mindset and just make you a better trader at the end of the day. Right now, that's one thing that the market's doing, giving you that opportunity to become a better trader and be more patient. Number two, to go study, to go educate, to take the right steps in the right direction, to continue to learn something new every single day. Market's giving you multiple opportunities, not in the form of making profits, but in the form of education and mindset development. So right now at this point in time, guys, we have 20 minutes. If you have questions, I'm here to answer. If not, I'm hitting the gym. All right, guys, there's nothing here. There's no opportunity at this point in time. We need to wait for the market to kind of warm back up a little bit. Right now, I feel like we're beating a dead horse, trying to grab these trades that look like they could be the next runner. Wait for the next runner. Wait for the next stock to make a big move to the upside. And then let's see if it's going to follow through. Let every other trader be the guinea pig. You don't have to be the guinea pig. We had opportunity out of the gate. You took it, you made money. If not, you're sitting on the sidelines on your hands at this point in time, waiting. And we still have so much time, guys. We're only 2 hours into the day. We have 4.5 hours to go. So there's still so much time to see that one trade setting up for us. Questions, let me know. I'm going to answer those. If not, we're going to go ahead and end our morning session, come back around 2:30 for power hour trading. We'll make it happen, guys. Again, TTOO doesn't look good. STIX with the gap down to $7. We actually have some room down to 630 here on STIX. Not looking all that good. T. Thomas over on YouTube asking, in your training program, do you have a scalp trading tutorial? So inside the chat, in our video lessons library, yes, we do have how to scalp. What kind of trader are you? Are you a traditional trader? Or are you more of a scalper? A lot of these strategies that we talk about are scalping strategies, right? The dip buy, the panic pop, the washout long. Those are scalp opportunities. How to scalp, large size, in and out quick. You have to be disciplined. Absolutely. We discuss that all day, every day. And if you want more personalized education and attention regarding scalping, if you join the yearly plan, you have the opportunity to book a free one-on-one session with me. So within that yearly, you get a free one-on-one, and then all of your additional one-on-ones are like $99. And that means you can sit down with me on a Zoom call and we can work together personally. But absolutely, I would say that 80% of traders in chat are scalpers. How many traders in chat right now are more scalpers than traditional buy and sell throughout the day traders? Let me know. Go ahead and give me a thumbs up if you are a scalper. Give me a thumbs down if you are more of a traditional trader inside of chat. I give a thumbs up. I am more of a scalper. But one thing that we've noticed in this market is we may have to try to transition to more traditional style of trading because that's the market opportunity. The market's saying, hey, scalps aren't really working all that well. They're not. Price action, it's really hard to read price action lately. It's really challenging to look at the tape to get fantastic, sense of direction and then it just not match up and not follow through, right? Follow through. But more of traditional trading has been a little bit better of an approach. But scalper. I'm a scalper. I love getting in, making my money, getting out. I love it. But I am transitioning more to more traditional trading, like setting a plan ahead of time, getting everything built out, getting executed, have a hard stop in the system, and then having a profit target and letting the thing do its thing throughout the day. And this is day 2 of that attempt. Yesterday, I made $222 on that first attempt. Today, on my second attempt with this plan, I lost $197. So within the last 2 days, I'm pretty much break even. But this is a completely new style of trading to me. I've been trading for 8 years. I've been scalping for almost 8 years. For the last week, I've been trying to transition into more of a traditional trader. That's a complete 180 from a scalper to a traditional style of trading is a complete 180. Don't expect to master it overnight, but expect to get your feet wet and see what's working and what's not working. What types of trades, what types of stocks work best for more of that traditional style trading, where you can set it and forget it. So within this week of really testing that approach with OCO, bracket orders, the set it, forget it, I'm break even. But that's success if you ask me. A completely new approach to trading, a completely new list of strategies and how you trade, right? That's a complete 180. I'll take break even. That's success. Absolutely. I don't look to be extremely profitable, but I expect to learn what's going to work for this and really adapt to the market. Scalper. I'm trying to be a scalper and momentum trader. T. Thomas, trying to be a scalper and a momentum trader. I am a scalper and a momentum trader. And that's what you're going to hear a lot of in chat. Like, it used to be 90% scalping, momentum, but now we're getting that 50-50, right? We have a lot of traditional traders, right? We have a lot of scalpers. As a scalper and someone that trades momentum for 8 years, I'm having the transition to trade more traditionally. And that's okay, because I'm going to acquire that skill set and have that additional tool in my tool belt. So if the market's not hot and we're not scalping, right, we can pull out our traditional style of trading and still crush it in the market. So we've gone from like 90% just scalping focus to more the best of both worlds, right? Some traditional style trading, the set it and forget it, proper plans and pre-market, let them execute throughout the day, and still looking for these opportunities for scalps, dip buys, panic pops, washout longs, halt strategies, cracks of trend lines, breaks of downtrends, all that good stuff. If you guys are trying to get your feet wet and learn, I mean, we do have an amazing community of traders. We have over 100 traders inside a chat. You may be thinking, well, that's not a big community. It's a close community. It's a tight-knit community. We don't have thousands of traders just talking random stuff inside a chat. You know, have you ever been in a Discord where they have like 10,000 people? You think, oh, that must be a great community. They got 10,000 people. But again, their moderators, their leaders are not really attentive to you, right? They don't give you that personalized attention. You ask a question, then it vanishes because you got 10,000 other people trying to talk. They're talking about sports. They're arguing. It's not a fun place to be. So we have over 100 members inside a chat, but we keep chat credible. We talk about stocks, personal development, growth, opportunities to generate additional streams of income, day trading, swing trading, scalping, traditional style, right? All education based, long-term investments. So we have a very close, tight-knit community, and I call it family of traders inside a chat. So if you are ready to take that next step to level up your trading in a sense and take it to the next level, guys, being a member is that next step. TikTok is fantastic. You get a lot of value. You get a peek behind the curtain. YouTube is fantastic. You get a lot of education. You get a lot of personal attention. You get more of a peek behind the curtain. But inside a chat, all access to everything. All the education you need, the help, the tools, the resources that you need to become profitable. Let me ask you guys another question real quick. How many traders inside a chat have made their investment back? If you invested in a yearly membership, right, and you've already made that yearly membership back plus some, give me a thumbs up. So again, you've come in, you were skeptical, you made that investment, you invested in your education, you joined the team, you're seeing success, you've made your investment back. Give me a thumbs up. If you're on a monthly plan, right, you've come in and you're a month to month, right? If you're making your monthly membership back every month consistently, give me a thumbs up. And that's what it's about. My goal is to help you guys at least get to break even. Because if you're coming in spending $129 a month, you're getting a lot for $129. I mean, we are way undervalued. Way. But if you come in and you invest in your education at $129 a month, my goal is for you to make that back. But you're like, what do I have to gain? Knowledge? Knowledge is priceless. If you can come in and learn what you need to learn to make that investment back, and you're not out anything, but you're coming in, obtaining education, there's a family of traders, a community of traders here to support you, and you can continue to grow and develop your mindset and your ability to trade. That's priceless. You can't put a price on education. You can't put a price on that skill set. So that is my goal for everybody, is to make sure they're at least becoming consistent. And then the next step is to scale up, to start actually seeing more returns. And we've had a lot of traders find that success, which is absolutely amazing. Placid, Steve, Rodney, Jake, Mad Mike. Placid saying took less than a month to make my yearly investment back. Placid, less than 1 month to make an entire year. So now he's break even. His year's paid for. 11 more months of nothing but account growth. Again, we all support one another. We don't leave any trader behind. We give you that personal attention that you need to find that success in the market. It's very rare to find somebody that will sacrifice their trading to make sure other members are actually profitable and successful in the market. But I'm all for it. I will happily sacrifice my trading to make sure that members inside of chat are seeing profits. And you don't believe me? I mean, look at Profits Chat. I mean, you see the same members every single day inside of Profits Chat. And this is key word, not just profits. Anybody can make a profit in the market. My grandma can come in and make $100 in the market, but my grandma can't do it consistently. She may get lucky 1 or 2 times, but over the long term, she's probably going to lose. That's 95% of traders. But you see the same names in here every single day. These are members that have been with us for a month, members that have been with us for 6 months, a year, since day one, 18 months. And you see the same names over and over and over. That's consistency. And consistency is all you need at the end of the day. All right. So enough of my little after. You guys got me all fired up. Just reading these messages, reading these comments. You guys just start getting me all passionate on the inside and all that good stuff. Get me all bubbly. Look at Paulo on YouTube, guys. Check out that comment on from Paulo. Paulo, yeah. All I have to say is thank you. They're up $15,000 this month just listening to your philosophy to be smart and patient. Dude, that's amazing. Not even a member. Simply from TikTok, maybe, to YouTube. Up $15,000 because I preach discipline, patience, preparation, and applying those things that most traders take for granted. Up $15,000. Paulo, that's amazing. We'll see you inside a chat today. All right, we'll see you inside a chat. Welcome to the family. Boom, NVTA. Again, I'm talking too much. Get me all hyped up. Look at that. 331 to the penny, right off that hiccup level. Key level of support that we identified on NVTA. Break of the downtrend. Nice big 30-cent pop. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That was a trade. That was a scalp, right? Dip buy at 331. Not only is it a hiccup candle for the dip buy, it's also a very key level of daily support, which powers this up even more, which gives it more credibility. And look at that. The stock came down to 330 and just bounced 30 cents. If you would have taken 1,000 shares, you would have made $300 in literally 2 minutes. So NVTA, fantastic stuff. Nice break of the downtrend. But the big thing was that dip buy, was that bounce off support at 330. So if you guys took that trade, if you guys were honed in on it, congratulations. Great stuff on NVTA. Why does a stock fall on positive news? So I would say that you're probably discussing AERC. Is that correct, Jim? Are you discussing AERC as far as why did the stock fall back on down on positive news? I can tell you exactly, and it's all backed by trader psychology, right? That's all trading is. That's all technical analysis is. It's just trader psychology. If you can get in the minds of other traders and just try and predict their next move or what their move was and what they're going to do next as far as their actions in the market, buying and selling, you have a strong edge in the market. Trading psychology is everything at the end of the day in general. I can give you an example on AERC, and I would say that the reason the stock fell back down is because, number one, you have very strong resistance at your 200 SMA. Very strong resistance. You also have yesterday's spiking high. So it's a psychological level of resistance. Traders want to sell at that level, number one. So traders that were in here at, say, 560. Traders that were jumping in before the halt. Traders jumping in after the halt. A lot of traders are taking profits there, right around that 790 level. But also, what was yesterday's high of day? Yesterday's high of day was 765. And you have to imagine there are probably brand new traders in the market that do not have discipline, that do not have patience, that FOMO into every stock that moves. So you can safely say there were probably a good amount of new traders in the market that saw AERC ripping that were buying this at 750, 760, 765. Let me ask you a question. If you bought this stock at 765 yesterday, because you're greedy, you FOMO'd in, you're not disciplined. But let's just say you bought this at the high of day, which there were traders buying this at high of day, at 765. And you're bag holding it, hoping it goes up. And it does. What's your first instinct when it gets back up to your cost basis and now you're break even and slightly profitable on that trade? What's your first instinct? Get the hell out, right? So not only do you have a lot of intraday profit takers taking profit at key levels of resistance, you also probably have some bag holders from yesterday that are finally out of the woods. They're finally break even. They're selling. So now you mix those two things together. Intraday buyers, they're selling at resistance. The traders intraday, they're selling at levels of resistance. Now you got your bag holders from yesterday getting on out as well. Now you have short sellers coming in because they see an area to short off of. So you got intraday buyers selling. Now you have people holding the bag from yesterday, they're selling. And now you got shorts moving in. Those are sell orders. Whoop, drop on down. So that's why. Right? Great news. Good news. This stock could have ripped to $9, $10. It could have, but it didn't. You had too much supply at that level with not enough demand, right? You had way too much supply. The supply was your intraday traders taking profit, the bag holders yesterday getting out, and you got some short sellers up there, right? There's just there's an imbalance, right, between buyers and sellers. You have way more sellers than buyers. And the stock could just never transition back to more buyers than sellers. It tried a couple of times, right? Buyers tried to move back in, but sellers still said no. Tried to come back in, sellers said no. And then traders, buyers have just lost interest, right? Why is it sitting sideways, Josh? It has great news. Why is it not moving? Traders have just lost interest at this point in time. So why did it start to dump on off? That's why. Why is it not ripping right now? Because traders aren't really interested. What have we been saying all day? Lack of follow through, the market's slow, sit on the sidelines, leave, go to the video lessons library, study, go to the gym. What do you think a lot of professionals are doing in the market? They're thinking the same thing. The market's slow, not a day to be in the market. Less is more. Sometimes being a sideline trader is the best. Cash is a position, capital preservation, manage your risk, right? Right now, being in a trade is risky. Manage the risk. Don't be in a trade. Now you don't have a lot of volume in the market because you don't have a lot of traders in the market because they see what we see, not a lot of opportunity. So you just don't have the interest and the focus and the attention to see the stock move at this point in time. But we could see focus come back over to AERC. We could see traders move back on over to AERC. And we could see it rip on up here this afternoon. Anything can happen at this point in time. We just don't have traders. We don't have volume. Right? Volume equals activity. Right? We need volume for the stock to be active. And if the stock's active and moving, there's an opportunity to lock in profits. But if the stock's just sitting sideways, that tells us there's no volume, it's not active, it's going to be really hard to lock in profits. But that's why on this example, AERC, the stock has pretty positive news. The stock rips on up. Why did it not continue and follow through? Because nothing is continuing and following through. Plus, you're at a lot of resistance on that daily chart. The bag holders from yesterday getting out, and a lot of short sellers moving in as well. NVTA was a great trade, guys. Again, I'm going to say this one more time because we got 5 minutes to go. In this current market, you find an opportunity, bounce at 330, break of the downtrend. The stock moves up in your favor, 10, 20, 30 cents. What do? I've recommended you get out. Why did I recommend you get out? Because you're not seeing follow through. So do I think NVTA is going to follow through? Well, I would say the odds are against it because nothing else in the market's followed through. So if there are 10 stocks moving and 9 of those 10 stocks have not followed through, why would that one stock follow through? But if those other 9 stocks are consistent, well, that leads me to believe that this stock could be consistent and move and follow through as well. Again, market conditions, setting a tone. The tone is quick opportunity, no follow through. You see the opportunity, 330, you're in, risking 5 to 10 cents. Stock pops up 30 cents, you're out. That's what other traders are doing right now. They see the lack of follow through. They see quick opportunity that then bleeds on off, that fades on off. So what are traders doing? They're jumping in at the right areas. They're taking profits quick. You're not seeing that follow through because that's the psychology. That's the mindset of traders. NVTA, I don't see an entry right here, right now. The trade was back at 330. Off support, off that hiccup candle, after it ran on up for the break of the downtrend. You already had 30 cents to the upside. That trade at this point in time is done. It needs to reset. And right now, it's not resetting. Hey, look at that. That's amazing. NVTA jumped in at 330, sold at 660. Listening, right? No follow through, get in, get out. Did the right thing. Jumped in at the right area, got out quick for 30 cents a share. Again, on 1,000 shares, $300. On 2,000 shares, that's $600. If you do that just once a day on good setups, low risk, high reward, you can see the consistency there. That's good stuff. No, you're good. Good work. Look at the crack on TTOO, starting to fade and fall. STIX, again, no follow through. NVTA, I highly doubt it's going to follow through. Nothing else is. AERC is dead in the water. HLBZ, nothing going on. CLWT, it's just really slow. It's really slow. The SPY's sitting sideways. Q's sitting sideways. Today is a great day to head into lunch. All right, guys. So right now, we're approaching 12 o'clock. We're going to dive into our lunch session, lunch hours, until about 2:30. Come back, see if we have any opportunity to lock in some profits. Yesterday, I locked in $222. Today, I lost $190 there on, what was it, AERC. But potential to make $600. So it was well worth the risk. We had some hype. We had some opportunity, couple key levels. It just didn't work out. It was a loser. This is a brand new approach to more of that traditional trading. So in the last 2 days, I'm break even, but I take that as success, that this is something completely new that I've really never done. So we'll see how we go for the rest of the week into the rest of the month, really prepping for that small account challenge as well to make sure we give you guys the focus during that small account challenge as we grow these small accounts, but be able to work with traders that are actively trading in the market as well. A lot of you scalpers, a lot of you traditional traders, and then the ones that are going to be jumping into the small account challenge as well. So nothing but preparation, getting prepared for that challenge coming on up September 1st. Again, good job and good work today, ladies and gentlemen. If you came in and locked in profits, good job. If not, use Profits Chat as motivation that if other traders can do it, so can you. But good job staying disciplined, staying on your toes, making sure you're doing the right things in the market, not taking losses, breaking even, or making a couple bucks. Again, good job and good work. We still have 4 hours to go. So if you're eager, if you're hungry, if you want to lock in profits, we still have 4 hours, guys. Anything is possible. Stay optimistic, stay positive, stay focused. Again, be disciplined, and we will make it happen if there is opportunity in the market, guys. All right, so enjoy your lunch. Hit the gym if you want. That's what I'm going to do. You go to the gym. I got bicep day. And we're going to make it happen, guys. All right, I'll see you back here right around 2:30. If you guys have any questions, let me know here inside of chat, and I'll make sure when I come back to the office, I get those answered for you. Are you completely out of AERC? Yes, that was the trade plan, guys, right? I broke down the plan live with you. That this is my entry, my stop loss, and my target. I'm executing at 675. That's the plan that I have. It was executed, and I was stopped out. I lost $190 on that trade. All right, guys. So, once again, take it, care, take her easy, do what you guys got to do, dive into that video lessons library, and I'll see you back here right at 2:30. Let's end it the way we always end it, team. So go ahead and give me a countdown. Someone go ahead and give me a countdown. In 3, 2, 1. 0.5. 0.25. And woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Good job again. Good work. Take care. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you guys back here at 2:30. I'll see you then, guys.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of guessing time. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost myself. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time starts down, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of guessing time.
Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the tunnel close, it starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. And I'll be running, possessed by a long, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on a full moon. And we're stuck in a la-la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Now you're feeling in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. Now you're feeling in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining?
we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die, yeah. Did it die. Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die. Wait. Did it die. Wait. Did it die.
Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. Always gotta do the most, thinking that I'm insecure. Really should've listened more, but I don't of course. I'm an asshole, I'm a good guy, I'm your best friend, I'm the worst type. Tell you everything that you heard right, just so I can fuck on the first night. Feel like I'm losing hope, running from coast to coast. I don't know where to go, this all I've ever known.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
My aunt think I'm perfect, I know I'm not. My mama be worried, I told her stop. They know I did drugs and think that I'm off. Little do they know I never could stop. My manager hate when I'm pulling up late. Back on my bullshit, she think it's a phase. I got relations I gotta maintain. I'm two different people, my side and my main. Yeah, I'm sober, I'm an addict, I'm a lowlife, I got habits, but I refuse to be average. Really so tired of acting, don't know what I miss no more. Too bad you don't hit me more. I'm bad when I get too bored, careful what you wishing for.
I'm a stone cold
cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No, did it die? Wait, did it die? Wait, did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die. Did it die? Wait, did it die? Wait, did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die? Did it die? Did it die?
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go.
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark's all that I see when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the tide. I can't find the point where our two paths align. Right? You're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet. I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Heard them say our best days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. 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 Sometimes I feel that my luck's run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay
I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. Conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. Busting through the ceiling, busting through the
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself
you'd call, but you didn't, so I'm sitting here. Thought I heard my phone ring, but it disappeared. Guess I'm just losing my mind again. I tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness hung its teeth in, and its mind has got me thinking. Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming. 'Cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will ever end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. 'Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living life this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sun gets deep in, and its mind has got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Here we go again. You're my enemy. You're the
Why didn't I know from the very start? Oh, you left me here just to fall apart. If I wrote you a letter, would I have a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a
Just give me what I want, baby. Can you give me what I need? Just give me what I want. Just give me what I want. Give me what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me. Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired with yesterday. Harder, harder. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stopped I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm doing yesterday.
Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the door closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye.
from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. My love, I'm gone. I need to be strong. The darkness had tried to swallow me. Some things I fall, but I hear your call. I pray I don't hit the ground. Gravity. Gravity.
I was angry before, but
this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin and I'm all soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue Don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when I let me, baby. Don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when I let me, baby. Don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when I let me, baby. Don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when I let me, baby. Don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when I let me, baby. Don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when I let me, baby. Don't you see I'm shining?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, I can help you out, I can help you out.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die, yeah. Did it die. Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die. Wait. Did it die. Wait. Did it die.
Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. Always gotta do the most, thinking that I'm insecure. Really should've listened more, but I don't, of course. I'm an asshole, I'm a good guy, I'm your best friend, I'm the worst type. Tell you everything that you heard right, just so I can fuck on the first night. Feel like I'm losing hope, running from coast to coast. I don't know where to go, this all I've ever known.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
My aunt think I'm perfect, I know I'm not. My mama be worried, I told her stop. They know I did drugs and think that I'm off. Little do they know I never could stop. My manager hate when I'm pulling up late. Back on my bullshit, she think it's a phase. I got relations I gotta maintain. I'm two different people, my side and my main. Yeah, I'm sober, I'm an addict. I'm a lowlife, I got habits, but I refuse to be average. Really so tired of acting. Don't know what I miss no more. Too bad you don't hit me more. I'm bad when I get too bored. Careful what you wishing for.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die. Did it die. Did it die.
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go. it's so hard to let you
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see all blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the tide. I can't find the point where our two paths align. Right? You're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet. I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Heard them say our best days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is up running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. Run out when things don't go to plan. I kinda lose my mind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What's up and what's going on, and welcome back. I hope you guys had a fantastic lunch, and I hope you guys are ready to dive into this afternoon for some power hour trading. I'm fired up to be here. I'm ready to see if there's any opportunity to be able to lock in some profits. Very slow morning across the board, right? Look at the SPY. Decent movement. When we cracked 417, we had an immediate rebound to 420, but the first 30 minutes, very slow and choppy. After that, maybe 15, 30-minute run-up, we've been sitting sideways, pretty slow and choppy. I expect it to be that way the rest of the day unless some kind of headline comes out or something really drives the market. But if there's nothing new that happens today, new headlines or anything like that, I don't really expect to see too much happen here with the SPY and the Qs. I do think the market's going to continue to digest this big move in pre-market, continue to consolidate. And over the next day or two, we should have an idea of where we could be headed. Are we going to continue to hold above that 417 here on the SPY? If so, we have an open window all the way to 430 and then 432. If we ever fall back below that 417, that's a sign of weakness, and we could start to retreat back down to 407. So I think over the next couple of days, we'll be able to make a decision on what to expect over the next week or two here on the SPY. Are we going to get that leg up in the coming days and coming weeks to 430, or are we going to get that pullback down towards around that 407, 408 level? But as far as today goes, I don't believe we're going to see too much action today or this afternoon here in Power Hour with the SPY or the Qs. It's been very slow across the board, guys. Penny stocks, very slow, right? You got MVTA, not too bad, right? Nice run up. We called this out for the 330 bounce. Nice little 30-cent pop before we left the stream. Over lunch, curling on up, setting up for a mid-candle breakout, and getting some decent action, right? Up towards around that 445. We actually had a 444 price target after the stock broke 4 and actually came back down and bounced off 4 nicely. So couple key levels to look at here on NVTA. You have support back down at the prior breakout level of 380, which also puts you right around the trend line, assuming $4 can't hold, assuming we crack that $4 level, guys. We can come down towards around that 380, hold the trend line, retest that breakout level. We could see a nice little end-of-day push, possibly back up into the 440s here on NVTA. The only other stock that I'm looking at was VLD. I took a short here off 5. looking for the rejection, the crack of the trend line for the leg down the 462. I had to step away. I put a hard stop at break even. I came back and I was actually stopped out for a $9 profit. I'm still looking at VLD though. This stock has made a nice move today. It's up 37%, but it's really starting to die on off, right? We don't have as much volume. You came up to a key level of resistance. You're definitely struggling up here. If we ever start to see that crack of the trend line, it is easy to short on Fidelity, so there could be a good short opportunity if we can't break above 5. But if we break above 5, guys, we could see a big squeeze up towards around $6. So we could have potential long or short here with VLD. But right now, just personally sitting back at this point in time, we didn't come down, crack the trend line, and drop the 460. So I'm out of that position right now, looking to see if it sets up again, A, for another short, or B, maybe for a long for that $5 breakout, and see if we can have some buyers step onto this trade for a nice little spike up to $6. I don't really see anything else at this point in time. A lot of our top stocks in pre-market are not doing anything today. You look at CLWT, right? Is this stock doing anything? It's not. It's giving a lot back. I mean, I pretty much cleaned up the watch list because there's not too much happening right now at this point in time. So if you see anything that stands out, anything that looks good, feel free to bring it to my attention. I'll be more than happy to break it down, do some due diligence, and see if there's any kind of opportunity. But I do expect to see day, guys. All right. So right now, kind of sitting back, being patient, looking to see what we have coming on up. We are live on TikTok as well, assuming we have a slower end of the day. Again, we may have some very good questions there from individuals on TikTok that could bleed into chat from an educational purpose. Plus, we're live on YouTube today as well, guys. So we have some questions. We'll definitely answer those. But if we have opportunity in the markets, all eyes on the market as we want to lock in some profits. But while the market's slow and we're probably just going to sit back and relax at this point in time, feel free to ask questions. We can review stocks, review your trades from today. Again, anything that's going to help you guys out. Let's utilize this time wisely and let's make it happen. But again, right now, just sit back, team. Not a lot happening in the market. The one stock that we are watching is NVTA at this point in time. All right, we're not cracking 4. We're actually holding above $4 very nicely. So let's say that we do hold 4. We don't come down to the trend line. We don't come down to that 380, and we just go ahead and continue to move on up. Where could we see NVTA go? Well, we already came up and hit that spiking high here right around 444. You're going to have some resistance at 462. You're going to have some resistance up here around the 480 and then $5. So you have a decent amount of resistance along the way up, but you have potential all the way to 5. But again, 440 resistance, 462, 481, then 5. So for about 20 cents before you may want to consider locking in profits, assuming we don't get that breakthrough that level pretty much instantaneously into those next targets. So again, right now, the only stock that I see is NVTA with $4 support. If we do lose that level back down towards around 380, puts you right around the trend line as well. But if we proceed to just go ahead and break on out here, 460, 480, and then a $5 price targets on this play. I personally own SoFi long term. I own SoFi long term. So any chance that it'll get to 9, I think there's a chance that eventually this stock will be well over $25, $30. That's why I own it. I like it long term. And yeah. As far as like a day trade today, do I think it's going to get to $9 today? Probably not. Right? It's moving with the overall market. Look at the spine, look at SoFi. Very similar, right? Some chop, 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 big dump, rebound, sideways. The SPY, chop, 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 big dump, rebound, sideways. Everything is pretty much correlating with the overall market besides small caps, right? Besides these penny stocks. But you look at like SoFi, NVIDIA, Meta, some of these companies, Apple. They are very, very similar on the charts, right? They're all correlating really nice and tight together. Deborah, I have to take your advice about patience. You sold AMC at $22.77. It's now above my $23 goal. Trade was still green. Hey, as long as it was green, there's nothing wrong with gaining out of a trade if you've lost confidence, right? At 9 a.m., you could look at a stock and look at the chart and you have red flag, red flag, red flag, and that trade looks dead, and you know that you're on the wrong side of the trade, it's okay to get out. The last thing you want to do is stay on the wrong side of the trade. But again, that next minute, that next candle can completely go from bearishness to bullishness. That's how quick things move in the market. So if you felt like you did the right thing in that moment, the trade wasn't looking good, you've lost your confidence, you felt like you were on the wrong side of the trade, and you made the decision to get out, to not stay on the wrong side of the trade, that's what professionals do, and you made a fantastic decision. All right, but if you look back and got out due to emotions, you got out because you weren't willing to be patient, you got out because your lack of discipline to uphold your plan, then that's a different story, and that's where we have to really hone in on that to make sure that we can stay in these green trades longer, especially if the trade never gave you a sign to get out. So it really depends. Was there a sign to get out? Were you on the wrong side of the trade at that time, and that was a good decision, or did you give into your emotions? Right? And get out prematurely when the trade was still intact. Based on that response, we can help guide you better in the right direction. But just know, there's nothing ever wrong with taking profits if you feel like the trade's over, if you feel like you see weakness and you want to do the right thing and secure those profits. That's what you got to do. Get paid. So right now, team, we're watching NVTA here. And I'm also watching VLD. We just lost a lot of volume. If we ever start to see a lower high put in, or maybe we get a higher high, but we see some divergence back below 5, then we crack the trend line, we could see some nice selling coming into the end of the day. And it is shortable. You got about 40 cents to the downside, potentially, and we can have really nice stops if we get a good setup here on a VLD. But if we break and stay above 5, I do believe this thing has potential. I wouldn't say today, all at once. You never know. The market's the market. Stocks are going to do what they want to do. It has room to its 200 SMA at $6. All right, so that's what we're looking at right now at this point in time, team. We got VLD, got a long opportunity, a short opportunity. We'll see how this thing sets on up. And then we have NVTA coming down to $4. Nice little bounce, starting to pop back up into the 440s at this point in time. So right now, if you guys have questions, let me know, right? Market's kind of slow. Just NVTA waiting for the next best opportunity, the next best setup. Let's see what we do here around 444, and we can make a decision. If you have any questions, this is a great time to ask. I got QNRX hitting our breakout scanner. Let's go take a look at QNRX. We got some action here on QNRX at this point in time. I mean, pretty much out of nowhere. And if you look at that intraday chart, you probably get excited. Wow, that stock just went from 450 to 650. I want to get in. I want to get in. But then you go look at that daily chart like you're supposed to do. And you see, oh, wow, there's a good amount of resistance here, right? There's going to be a good amount of resistance here at 653. There's going to be a good amount of resistance at that 20 EMA. There's going to be a good amount of resistance here off some of these prior closes. There's going to be some resistance up there around 7. So while it looks great and all, and there could be opportunity, you have to notice that, wow, there is a good amount of resistance here overhead on QNRX. And right now, we are coming right into that 659 resistance, right? We had our open before the dump, spiking high. It's very close to the 20 EMA as well. So you have 3 points of resistance right here on QNRX, and the stock is very overextended. I mean, the stock literally just went from $5, hitting highs of almost 650 without pulling back. You already know what's going to happen at resistance. Traders lock in profits. You have less buyers at resistance, more sellers. You have that imbalance. So we could definitely start to see that much needed pullback for the next best entry. So watching QNRX at this point in time as well. So Deborah, no, it was emotions. Wanted to stay green and not being patient. I was very confident when I took that trade that it would crack $23. So at least you're doing the first thing that you have to do is, you know, owning it and admitting it, right? You're admitting that you were not patient due to emotions. So that's the first step, is actually admitting it, saying out loud, and looking yourself in the mirror and saying, all right, I'm accepting this, I'm owning it, and this is an opportunity to learn. So next time you feel like you're giving into your emotions and you feel like your patience is being stripped away and you feel like you may make an emotional trade decision to, say, get in too late or out too early, remind yourself, write something down on a sticky note that says, do not give into your emotions. Write down the stock, AMC, and it's going to spark that memory of, oh, I made this poor decision a week ago, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, a year ago. And it's going to spark that memory. And you're going to be able to walk back through that process of, oh, I got out too early because I gave into my emotions. I wasn't patient. That was the outcome, and it wasn't the best decision. Do I have any red flags? Is there any sign to get out of this trade? You're going to think more logically, a little bit more clear. You're going to be like, no, there's no sign to get out. It still looks good. Be calm. Be cool. Collect yourself. Don't give into your emotions. Trade what the stock is giving you, and that is going to be an opportunity to learn from to make better decisions in the future. That's how we improve. We make mistakes. We don't look at that as a negative thing. We look at that as a positive. That's an opportunity to learn, to improve for the future. And that's what you can do, is just take that as an opportunity to learn from that mistake to, again, see better results in the future. But anyway, you walked away profitable. So pat yourself on the back. You walked away with some profits. It could have been worse. And again, you have a great learning lesson in front of you. You got QNRX pulling back a little bit here. BLD, no volume, creeping up towards 5. NVTA just popped back up towards around 440. Like I said, I don't expect to see too much action with the SPY and the Qs, right? I don't. I expect us to really just kind of remain between that 419 and 420 end of the day. If you have a contract that expires today and it's profitable, your best decision may be to go ahead and sell that. If you sit flat the rest of the day, decay, especially if you're not like substantially in the money. I mean, if you're right at like a 420 or a 421 call option, got about an hour and 15 minutes left. And if we do sit sideways, come down to the end of the day, you're not going to have anything to show for it. So you may want to make that decision to go ahead and take your profits, because we really don't see a reason as to why we would see any more action to the upside. I do imagine us just relatively flat between that 419 and that 420. Deborah's asking, is this stream today an example of what you do every day if we join your course? If you join as far as a member inside of the Alpha Day Trading community, this is just a taste of what we do. So if you like the stream and you find the value in the education, you're going to get this every single day, Monday through Friday, when I'm on the mic. And I jump on the mic at 9 a.m. until 12. I come back from 2:30 until 4 on Mondays and Tuesdays. But Monday through Friday, I'm on the mic in the morning. I'm in chat as early as 7 o'clock a.m. getting you guys prepared, and that's just 50% of the value. Then you have the lessons that we do, the Q&A sessions, the one-on-one sessions that you guys can enroll for, the video lessons library. I publish a morning stock newsletter every single day to get you prepared in pre-market, and then we break that down at the start of the day. And again, that's just a small taste of what our members get inside of chat. But absolutely, to answer your question, we do this all day, every day. We have fun with it. There's a lot of great topics and a lot of great discussions. And again, a lot of live trading when the market's hot. Today was a great example of what we do when the market's not on fire. Right? We're not out here beating a dead horse. We're not out here chasing stocks and FOMOing in and just taking random setups. When the market's slow, we stay productive. We try and be as valuable as possible to make sure our members are learning something new every single day to, again, take the right steps in the right direction. So yeah, absolutely. Stir in the only stocks. Stir, dude. You're going to make me set one of those up, man. Only stocks. That's a new platform. All right. It's only stocks by ADT. Only stocks account. So, you know, after, so we got we got very important data tomorrow as well, guys. Something that we haven't really discussed is not only did we just have our CPI today, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, you get the follow-up with PPI data tomorrow. So if you go look at tomorrow's economic calendar, you got PPI month over month, you got core PPI, you got initial jobless claims. So you got year over year, you got month over month PPI data. Again, that's producer price index. So what we had today was the consumer price index, right? What it's costing for consumers to go out and purchase goods and services, primarily goods. Producer price index is how much does it cost to actually produce that good, right? The example I like to always give is like a pen. It's like this pen, right? This pen costs, you know, $1 to go buy, right? So it cost me $1 to buy this pen, all right? That's CPI. PPI is how much does it cost to actually manufacture this pen? Say it cost me 50 cents to manufacture this pen, and then I sell it for $1. So the actual sale of the pen, when it's purchased, that's going to be, in a sense, CPI, consumer price index. And then you have producer price index, PPI, is how much is it actually costing to make this pen. That's very important inflation data as well. Because typically what you see, obviously, on the producer side will bleed into the consumer side, right? So if we see PPI data higher than forecast, that means eventually over the next 30 to 60 days or whatever the metric is, that will bleed into the consumer, and it will cost the consumer more to buy that pen. So again, we have to look at PPI as well, and that could be another deciding factor on where the SPY is going next, right? Are we going to actually get that break over 420, that open window to 430 in the coming days or weeks? Or are we going to fall back below 417? Tomorrow at 8:30, we have initial jobless claims, and we have PPI data as well. Gambling Wizard, not hating, but you should move to Discord or something and live trade and stuff. I do. I have my own platform. So I don't use Discord. I have my own platform. AlphaDayTrading.com. We have our live trading rooms. We have our video lessons library. It's under development, adding a lot of new things as well. So yeah, I live trade every single day with our members inside of our platform. That's genius. Only stocks. Stir's been saying that for like months. We launched that. Stir, you get the kickback. You get the royalties on the idea, buddy. I got your back. All right, man. I got your back. Like, VLD is very tempting here. VLD is tempting as we're looking like we're going to crack this trend line, but I don't really know how far it's going to drop, you know? I'm just not confident on how big the drop's going to be. I mean, you can get away with about 5 to 6 cents of risk on 1,000 shares. You can risk $60. See if this thing can fade on off over the next hour into this 460, potentially make $300. So to risk 60, $70 and make 300, I mean, it's a nice plan, but I don't really see that action and that movement that suggests the thing can drop on off to 460. But typically that last hour to 30 minutes of the day, we get a lot more volume and a lot more volatility. So it's possible. It's possible. We are starting to crack that trend line off a lower high after we got rejected 2 times for the attempted break over $5. So it could be a nice little short here, about 30 cents to the downside, and you could get away with about 6 cents, 7 cents of risk. But like I said, it's not really moving as much as I would like to see it move to feel confident to pull the trigger here. Yeah, like Stir said, you'd be surprised. You know, we don't have, you know, tens of thousands of people that join these streams, but the ones that do join are actually here to learn. And that's why I continuously show up day by day. So right now, guys, we got the break over 444. Wait for the retest. If you guys can be patient, wait for your retest. Just wait for a small pullback into that 440 to 444 before you think about an entry. Unless you're buying breakouts in this market, then congrats. If you went ahead and took that trade for the quick little cup and handle, congrats. You got a quick little 25 cents to the upside. Me personally, why would I not call that out? Why did I not call that out and say buy the break over 444? Because we're not in a breakout type of market. If stocks are breaking out left and right like they were over the last 2 weeks, absolutely. Alpha's name's behind it. Josh's name behind it. Buy the break. Put your stop here. Let's go. But we haven't seen a lot of follow through today. This is only the one stock that's actually moving on up. And again, it's just not that type of market where I feel confident that breakouts are actually going to break out. So with that being said, if you took it, congratulations. You built a plan. You took the trade. You're making some profits. I would personally wait for that pullback to the 440s and see if we can maybe catch a little dip buy or a little bit of a bounce for the next leg on up here. I trade large caps. We do trade options. I trade low float penny stocks. We could definitely look to trade, you know, the ES, the MES, the S&P 500 futures. Definitely a lot of opportunity there. I do not touch Forex. I invest in crypto. We have QNRX. That's a pretty volatile stock. You know, it's moving 40 to 50 cents at a time. So there's definitely some potential here with QNRX. It's just, where's the best entry at? Right, where's the absolute best entry? Back down at $5. Right, back down around $5. You know, we came down to 550 and bounced. But if we do not break on out and continue higher here, and we put in this lower high, your next bounce play is going to be back down at 5. I own Unity long-term. It's one of my metaverse plays. You know, it's a 5-10 year hold on Unity. Meta, same thing. I own Meta. It's a long-term hold, right? A lot of these stocks that I own right now that have been just absolutely beaten down, right? Unity, Roblox, Meta. I like them long-term. They're some of my metaverse plays. I do like them long-term. I think they're great companies. They have a lot of growth. Risky, absolutely, but I think there's a lot of growth behind them over the next 5 to 10 years. So I own Unity personally. Yeah, the SPY's dead. Like I said, we're probably going to sit between that 419 and 420. You are starting to drop on down here just a little bit, but you have that VWAP to keep on watch. You crack the VWAP back down towards around 417.83. And on the Qs, you start to crack below 324. Probably come back down to like 323. Again, we're not seeing those big, quick moves that we would want to see to make it worth trading the small account. We want to see volatility, guys. Those slow, steady moves, you're going to have to go out of the money on a 0 DTE. And if it takes a little bit longer than expected, you're not going to really make a lot, and you take the risk of that decay really eating up your contract. You can't go out next week and buy time because then you're investing more than 20%. So you have to be really selective on what you're trading. And you really have to be selective on the days, right? The volatility, the movement, how quick are these moves happening? Be able to actually see those great returns on the small account to build that small account efficiently. Quad witching happens 4 times a year at the end of every quarter on the 3rd Friday. So you're looking at October. On the 3rd Friday of October, you will have quad witching. Again, happens 4 quarters a year at the end of every quarter on the 3rd Friday of the month. When you have stock options, stock index options, and stock future options expiring all on the same day. You know, it's tempting here on VLD. The risk is so low and the reward's decent. I mean, again, 30 cents to the downside with 10 cents of risk at most. I mean, it's tempting here, but we don't have the movement and the volume. I'll come back in about 30 minutes and see it at 460. Oh, September. I said October. My bad. I got that mixed up. Yeah, but again, at the end of every quarter, I said October. Like, no, that's the start of a quarter. So the 3rd week of September. I like that even the random TikTok followers you accumulate are still like-minded, helpful people for the most part. Yeah. Says a lot about the credibility of what you do. Yeah, dude, absolutely. 100%. I love it. You know, we're one of the most consistent trading groups out there. You know, we show up every single day. We continuously provide value to the trading community. And it's a step-by-step process. You got viewers on TikTok, and then they end up migrating over to YouTube. They get some quick wins. They make some money. They're able to use that cash they made for free on YouTube to come join the team, to be a part of an even bigger, better, like-minded community. It's amazing. Absolutely love it. So right now, it's very slow. I don't really see any reason why I want to get involved in anything. If you beg to differ, come on, challenge me, guys. I like a good challenge. I like a good, healthy, professional little debate, little challenge. You're like, Josh, you crazy, man. I'm all in at 440 on NVTA. Let's walk you through it. Let's talk about it, right? Let's pick your brain. Let's see what you're thinking. I look at NVTA. I personally don't want to trade it, and I'm here to make money. I want to make some money with you guys. I want to trade. Don't get me wrong. But there's days to trade and days to not trade. And right now is definitely not a market I want to be in. I just think there's too much risk compared to the reward. And these moves are quite slow. Ooh, Joey. Joey, that's what I'm talking about. Nice little pop on through that 475. Nice work there, buddy. Nice work. That's amazing. You're 18. You have $6,000 in dividend stocks. That's a great way to start your investing career. Hell yeah. That's amazing. That's amazing. So just looking to see if NVTA can pull back to the 440s. Do you use TD Ameritrade, or what broker do you feel the best order execution? Fidelity. All day. Fidelity. 100%. I mean, don't get me wrong, you got premium brokers out there like Lightspeed, Centerpoint Securities, and Cobra. I've never used Cobra, but I'm actually liquidating my Centerpoint account today. Because again, I went over thinking that they were going to have better access to shorts compared to Lightspeed. They don't. I thought there's going to be a little bit better functionality as far as platform goes, like DOS compared to Lightspeed. Lightspeed's just as good. And Lightspeed, the fills are better than Centerpoint. I actually noticed some really crappy fills with Centerpoint, which blew my mind being a premium broker. And then I use Fidelity for my long-term investments, and I occasionally day trade on it. And Fidelity's fills are just as good, if not better, which why would you want to pay commissions and fees when you have a really nice broker, nice platform? With Fidelity, the price improvement is definitely no BS. It's definitely legit. I can see that. As far as the quality of my fills, the speed of the fills, I like Fidelity 100%. I definitely think it's a great platform to start on. You're going to pick one and begin with it. I think Fidelity's fantastic. So one thing to notice here on NVTA is you are losing volume as you're pushing to the upside into that 480 resistance. Just want to point that out. Stock is moving on up, right? But you are losing buyers every step along the way as we're approaching these levels of resistance. Just something to point out there. We could start to see that much needed pullback here very, very soon. I chart on TD Ameritrade, right? I use TD Ameritrade for my charting. One of the best platforms for charting, in my opinion. A lot of tools and resources. But as far as executions go, Fidelity blows every other mainstream broker out of the water. Thoughts on the Walmart short plan? I almost pulled the trigger yesterday, then it started moving up and I held off. And I think that was smart because if you're short, we talked about this Monday, Roku and Walmart, ahead of CPI, right? So honestly, wanting to see both Roku and Walmart get that drop before CPI, because if the markets, again, reacted positively, that's going to bring the entire market on up regardless of the technicals. So the trade would have been Monday into Tuesday, and that Monday into Tuesday trade You would have got a little bit of profit, but it did push on up. You probably would have been stopped out of that trade if you taken it, if you weren't locking in profits when it started to kind of fade out of the open yesterday. But it wasn't even that much of a fade. So right now, the short plan, since we're actually trading above the 20, I would hold off. Since we're above 128, I would hold off on Walmart personally. The last thing you want to do is see this tomorrow, hold that 128, close above the 20 EMA, and start to see a nice little push to the upside. So it really depends on how we close, what the overall market does tomorrow, and then how we look tomorrow to see if there's still potential with Walmart to the short side. But right now, since we're actually above that 20, I would hold off for now, personally, on Walmart. I mean, you are getting rejected off more resistance here at 129.90, which is a good sign, but I want to see how we close today, look at PPI data tomorrow, how the markets react. If we start to see the SPY cracking that 417, and we start to see the Qs back below 322, and we start to see that pullback, then yeah, absolutely, Walmart still has potential down to 126. Roku was another one that we were looking at, and I would assume it moved with the overall market as well. Now, Roku was a winner from Monday into Tuesday, right? That was a winner, right? Those entries were pretty much at the end of the day, right around that 82.80 to 83. And the very next day, you saw it down to 96. I mean, you had that nice drop off where you were really profitable on that trade. We were talking about this one as it was cracking back below 83.82, and we wanted to see that, and we saw that end of the day there on Monday. We got our gap down, and we flushed about 6 points. That was a winner. That was a nice trade. Do I think there's another entry here? Again, it really depends. Let's look at the overall market tomorrow, what PPI data looks like. But that was your trade that you wanted to see move pretty much instantaneously, right? We talked about Roku, right? You want to see it start to move tomorrow. That was our big thing, is that's the expected time frame, was to actually start to see that move the very next day. So Roku was a nice one, but Walmart, this one would have stopped you out for a small little loss. 50% win rate, but looking at the two trades, still very profitable, as Roku made a very nice 6-point drop to the downside. So we'll have to look at both Walmart and Roku to see if these would potentially set back up. Walmart, I'm not too crazy about it right now. We'll look at it towards the end of the day and then tomorrow and kind of see how the markets move, see how Walmart opens and how it moves tonight and tomorrow morning. Don't forget, we have earnings coming on up next week here on Walmart. And then Roku, there could still be some potential, but we saw a pretty nice rebound today. Yeah, there's not any fees with Active Trader Pro. No, there are no fees. So free commissions and fees, great customer service, fantastic platform, if you ask me. A lot of great features, a lot of great tools. But yeah, no commissions and fees. If you guys have questions, keep shooting them. Some great questions, some good analysis, looking at Walmart, looking at Roku. Again, if you took the breakout like Joey, congrats, you locked in profits. I was not willing to stamp my name to a breakout trade in today's market. So again, that could have been an opportunity that we discussed, but again, I didn't feel confident to stamp my name on that to get you guys jumping on in and then to watch it drop on off. Again, like the overall market has pretty much done today, especially with these penny stocks. So right now, again, the stock is up more than 50 cents without pulling back, and that's a rule with penny stocks. Penny stocks are up 30, 40, 50 cents without pulling back. The golden rule is don't touch it, especially in a market like today. Wait for the pullback, right? We don't have super hot stocks at this point in time. You got BCAB. I want to go check out BCAB real quick, as BCAB is starting to pick on up here a little bit. I mean, this came out of nowhere. Nice break over 6. Nice pullback. Beautiful retest. Nice push on up here. Yeah, BCAB is a 30 million in float stock, trading pretty good volume. Let's go check out BCAB's short interest on BCAB. And currently up about 96% on the day. About 18% of the float short. So you got about 4 million shares shorts. And you know the typical short squeeze, they start around that 20 to 30%. We got 18.8% of the float shorts right now on BCAB. So as far as, you know, jumping into the short, I would definitely not suggest that. But waiting for the next pullback to go long, as we do have some decent momentum. And why I say that is we had this nice little push, quick pullback, 90 EMA, nice push, nice pullback into the prior high, also into the 90 EMA. Volumes increasing beautifully along these pushes during these periods of consolidation and these pullbacks, decreased volume. You have some good momentum here. You have a stock that's currently up about 94% on the day. You do have about 20% of the float currently short. I would be looking for the next pullback into that prior high of 660 as well as that 9 EMA and see if we get a nice little decreasing volume pullback into that level for the next leg up. Something like we saw here, right? A nice, healthy pullback into those two levels, and then we see buyers move back in. Nice pullback to 660 as well as that 9 EMA for the next leg up. Where could we see the stock go? Well, you have $8, $8.75, and then $10 on BCAB. So let's watch BCAB here and see if we have any opportunity over the next 50 minutes. The stock is just not slowing down. We're actually getting halted right now on NVTA. So right now, you're actually starting to see a halt over on NVTA. That's smart. So I I educate members inside of chat. So that's what I do. But I like standing. I mean, my feet do hurt, don't get me wrong, but my calves look good. I'll sit here and do some little calf, whatever. I don't know. I'll just kind of try and work them out a little bit. Got some beautiful legs. I can skip leg day at the gym. You know, it's got its benefits. It's good for posture as well. Yeah, dude, absolutely. I'm more than happy to review some of these stocks. We just built a plan on BCAB. Before we go look at Netflix and Disney, your plan is a nice, healthy pullback into that 660 level, right around the 9 EMA as well. We're looking at this on a 3-minute time frame, and you want to see something similar like we saw here after it hit 660. You see the break over 6, the run up to 660. You see how it kind of consolidated and pulled back over about a 20-minute time span, back into the prior high of 6 and the 9 EMA on decreased volume. And then you start to see buyers move in. Volume's increasing. It's holding those two levels of support, and we get our follow through. So wait for the stock to pull back to 660, ideally on decreased volume, also into that 9 EMA and that prior high. And again, we could definitely see a retest of that high. So if you're looking to be a buyer at 660, what's your profit potential here? Well, you can definitely see 7 and then 730. So about 40 cents to the upside and then about 70 cents to the upside. So your first target would be about 40 cents. I think a 20-cent stop loss is great. Putting stops below 650 would give you a little bit of breathing room here because you want to see it ideally hold relatively to the penny like that last pullback. This is a great momentum play. It's heavily shorted, about 20%. That's when you start to see the initial squeeze for the short squeeze. This is definitely meeting a lot of the criteria to be a decent little trade here into the day, assuming we get that nice healthy pullback to 660, about a 20-cent stop loss. You can get about 40 cents into your first target of 7, and then about 70 cents into your high day target. And then if it breaks, $8 would be a third target for the end of the day, assuming we have some potential over the next 30 to 45 minutes. So let's go look at Netflix. It's probably going to hold, made 36. That's good. Yeah, so I think NVTA was going to get halted, but it broke out of the halt. So it broke out of the hold on NVTA. We're still ripping on up here. Again, you're seeing the same thing, guys, right? That was just one thing. Why is NVTA moving up? Placid made a good point, right? Didn't even realize that NVTA is easy to borrow on TD Ameritrade. It's easy to borrow on Fidelity. What does that mean when stocks are easy to borrow on mainstream brokers, like a cheap penny stock? It's not every day that a new trader comes in on TD, on Webull, on Fidelity, and they see a penny stock that's easy to borrow. Typically, there's none available. Then they get excited. They want to start shorting stocks. So you have inexperienced traders shorting stocks when a stock is already 25% short on its float, right? Look at NVTA. The float is 224 million. 50 million shares are short on NVTA. Why would you want to short a stock that's right in its prime for a short squeeze? Why would we want to short BCAB when there's 20% of its float short? We don't. Why would you want to short NVTA when the short interest is 23.4%, 50 million shares short, and then add on top of that, it's easy to borrow on mainstream brokers. That brings in unexperienced retail traders to the short side. That's just a prime, just whatever you want to call it, right? That's just a squeeze waiting to happen, and that's why we're starting to see some great action on NVTA. Again, I wasn't confident because of the overall market, but now that we're starting to squeeze on up, we have some opportunity here into the day. Right, so you have a NVTA little squeeze happening right now. You got BCAB at this point in time. Is BCAB easy to borrow? Just might as well look, right? BCAB. Fidelity, sell short. There are shares available to short. I don't see that here on TD Ameritrade, though. I don't see an ETB or an NTB up here in the trade tab. Oh, why? Sometimes it shows, sometimes it doesn't. But anyway, BCAB is easy to short on Fidelity. BCAB has 20% of its float currently short at this point in time, so you don't want to short it. And that may bring in inexperienced traders. We can continue to see BCAB get some great action to the upside. So right now, I'm thinking about a 660 entry, risking that 20 cents. First target, 40 cents up, $7. Next target, high day retest. Looking for the break over high a day. If we get a nice strong bounce and a nice follow through, and I do believe we can see $8 here on BCAB. We could see a very similar move like we saw with NVTA. But let's go ahead and look at real quick while we wait for BCAB the pullback. You guys have your plan. You're all set, ready to rock. If I miss it, you don't have to miss it. But I want to make sure that you guys are taken care of. Netflix. Thoughts on Netflix for swings when you get a chance? I'm assuming it'll move with Disney. Very possible, right? Very, very possible there. All right, Disney streaming service, they'll be reporting on numbers. And so you could see Netflix move to a certain extent based on Disney's streaming numbers, their revenue, their new subscribers, all that good stuff, active subscribers. But it's curled back up to the gap down level from April. I mean, you're sitting at a very strong level of resistance on Netflix, right? So if Disney comes out and they have poor earnings and their streaming revenue and active subscribers are not great, you're already sitting right at resistance on Netflix. It's going to be easy to see Netflix drop in correlation with Disney. But if Disney has good earnings posted and you see Netflix correlate and move with Disney, that'll give Netflix an open window to move higher, right? You'll be above that massive level of resistance between 247.80 and 250, and we could start to see Netflix take on off, and we would have some room to like 290 here on Netflix. That's 271 and then 290. So that would be that open window for Netflix to really take on off, especially if it gaps up and stays above that 247.80. We're starting to see that much needed pullback. I know, again, Disney with earnings tonight. Disney was sitting at right at a key level this morning, and that key level was 111.25. We stated that if Disney were able to break above that 111.25, we had room to 112.76. We hit a high a day of 112.84. We dropped on off with the overall market, and now we're slowly grinding on up. Very key level here on Disney before we can move higher is that 112.76. You have room to 116.22 on Disney. So if we have a nice beat here and good earnings, we could definitely see Disney around that 116.22. And then if you expect to see some movement with, say, Netflix could see that much needed push above that 147.80 to 250, or 247.80 to 250, and then start to see in the coming weeks and months a nice little run up towards around that 271 and then into the 290s, assuming, you know, again, the overall market stays intact and we continue to move higher into the end of the year. Right now, I'm watching BCAB, that nice pullback into that 660 level, into our 9 EMA, which we're very close to that 9 EMA. That's right around 670 here. Came down as low as 670. We were looking for a 660 entry. Some of you guys like placing scattered limit orders, right? You're like, all right, man, well, I'm going to go 660, 665, and then 675. I'm going to kind of scatter out my limit orders just in case it doesn't come down to the penny, but I still want to get close. And right now, it is starting to bounce from that 670 back up towards around 693 at this point in time. And 660 here on BCAB is a nice level of support. And again, it's meeting a lot of the criteria that NVTA was meeting to be a nice little squeeze. Easy to borrow on mainstream brokers, high short interest, great momentum, right? We see BCAB, easy to borrow, and a lot of these mainstream brokers, high short interest with decent momentum and decent price action as well. So BCAB is another top stock that has potential to start moving on up, right? NVTA already went on a massive move. We're pulling back. BCAB has potential to go on one more big leg on up here, and we're starting to break back above $7 right now at this point in time on BCAB. If we break 734, $8 is a great sell target here on the stock. There's the break, there's the bounce, there's the squeeze over 734, $8 next here on BCAB, guys. It has that price action. I tell you what, it definitely has that type of price action that suggests a high day break. But what I've been talking about the last couple of days, price action and penny stocks, I can't seem to find an edge with it lately. That's how I traded the first 7 years, pushing 8 years of my trading career. It's all price action. Price action suggests a squeeze over high a day, but it hasn't been as consistent. But here we go. We got a high a day very quickly. BCAB, 737, break 750. I think you're good to go to 8. Right now, since we're back above 7, you want to see the bids hold 7. Yeah, you look at BCAB on a 3-minute, it retraced into the 9 EMA, and that's what we were discussing, right? A pullback into the prior high and the 9 EMA. Similar setup as here, right? Break the prior high, nice new high a day, pull back into the prior high and the 9 EMA. BCAB breaks on out, pulls back, not to the penny, but pretty darn close to that prior high, and that 9 EMA starting to make another leg up. Tom Kaba, are you in BCAB? No, my 660 limit order did not get filled, so I did cancel that out. Right, I was looking to get filled at 660 with a 640 stop loss and take profits into high of day. But again, I did not get the fill. What I need to figure out, because what I have to do moving forward, again, I got a TikTok up right now. I got lots of questions. I got YouTube up. You guys are asking questions. I got my members that I'm taking care of as well. 3 different types of distractions. When you're trading, you got to be focused. You got to be zoned in. So again, what I'm going to look to see if I can do with those OCO brackets is set multiple entries, right? So actually scatter those entries up, 660, 670, 680, and have 3 open limit orders ready to go, and then still have the stop loss placed with the target based on my trade plan, to where I'm not just focused on my trade and you guys are watching Josh trade. Like, who just wants to watch Josh trade? You guys want to make money. You guys want to get educated. That's what this is about. Not watch me trade and see how much money I can make. Who cares how much money I make? If you guys aren't making money, beats the purpose. If you guys are finding success making money, that's what matters. And that's why I'm here. But no, I didn't take the trade because we didn't come down to the 660. And that's where I wanted to get filled at, was 660. We got within 10 cents and I never got filled. So I canceled out. NVTA is still rocketing. Short squeeze inbound. BCAB meets the criteria to be a big short squeeze as well, guys. So you see that type of price action and how we're really moving on NVTA, quick pullbacks, big rips. BCAB, guys, still has potential to do something very similar. So I'm watching BCAB because we're actually pulling back for another possible entry versus chasing NVTA at high a day. So I would say the next dip buy opportunity, assuming we have a lot of volatility here, guys, and we see a nice big drop on off, 522 dip buy. 522 dip buy opportunity here on NVTA. All right, nice little pullback doji low, nice big rip to 664. Again, dip buy opportunity, 522 here on NVTA, guys. VLD looks like it's getting ready to come back down to 460. So I would not go long on VLD. It looks like it's going to drop back down towards around that 460 level, probably by the end of the day. We're looking for that 522 dip buy here on NVTA. Now, we may not get that perfect 522 dip buy. We could get a nice little 566 dip buy, but I like that 522. So that's going to be something I'm looking at. But you have a light support dip buy right around that 566, 567. The better dip buy is going to be back down at 522. And as long as BCAB on the 3-minute holds the 9 EMA, that tells us there's a lot of momentum on the stock. When we rip on up, increase volume. We pull back, decrease volume. Rip on up, we have volume move in. Pull back, decrease volume. Still building higher lows, holding that 9 EMA. We still have that 660 to 670 support level here on BCAB. Let's see if we're going to hold that 9 EMA on up and get our next leg up Again, very similar type of stock as NVTA, right? When you talk about the short squeeze, easy to borrow, great momentum, pretty consistent. BCAB has a lot of potential behind it here, guys. Again, you don't want to see the crack below 670. Crack below 670, below 660. Buyers lose interest. They give up. They stop out. Short sellers move in. We come back down to $6. Right now, you do not want to see it below that 660 level. Right now, we're watching BCAB to see if we can get another little leg up here. We're definitely losing some momentum, though. That's clear. Nice big rip. Nice pullback. Nice rip. Weaker pullback. Weaker rip. Weaker pullback. We can just visually see on the chart, based on that impulse move up, pull back. Impulse move up, pull back. Impulse move, pull back. Typically, when you get that third impulse, and it's a weak impulse, you typically start to see the rollover. But again, there's other things that back this up that suggest we could still see the move higher. So we just got to watch it right here around that 670 area at the lowest. But right now, right off this 9 EMA, see if we start to see some good price action, buyers moving back in. We have potential back up to high a day, 750 and then 8. And you do not want to see the crack below that 660 to 670. I want to see these bids get back above 7. Let's see if bids can regain 7. If so, we can start to see the bids creep their way up here. I got buyers right there at 698, 695. I'm just sitting right at that 9 EMA. This is going to be that final hoorah. If we can get a high day break, we can definitely take on off. If we don't break high a day and we see bids back below 7, watch for the dump. Right? If we can get buyers that continue to build on up, continue to step on up, close the spread, bid higher, we have great potential to break high a day and make our next leg up to 750 and then 8. But if we see the bids weaken up here, back below 7, probably start dumping back down towards around 660, 670. So if you guys are in this long, you really don't want to see these buyers back below $7. You want to see the bids stay strong above 7, continue to step up, bid higher, and continue to see that volume increase as well as we're trying to break that high. Just like that, buyers back below 7. That's not a great sign, guys. That's not a great sign. Buyers attempted to push it all the way back up into the 720s. Now buyers are looking a little weak here. We can see a lot of selling pressure on BCAB. We may not be able to get that follow through. We may start dropping on off about another 30 to 40 cents into that 660, 670. So be smart. The sellers are even below $7, guys. I think we start to see that pullback. Again, selling pressure, very strong. Bids, looking weak. Right now, based on what I'm noticing, do I see any reason why we'd get that break? Not at this point in time. At this point in time, 15, 32, 33. It definitely shows more weakness than strength. Looking like we're going to crack on down back to 660, 670. I'm not going to touch BCAB right here. Could be completely wrong. I'd rather be wrong and not be in the trade versus be in the trade and be wrong and see it dump on down, or be right, you know what I mean? Back down, 40 cents to the downside. So I'm okay with sitting back on this one. Okay with sitting back and just watching this one and see what happens. Got a new high a day on NVTA. New high day on NVTA. Came down to 570. Very close to that 567, 566 level. I mean, within 5 cents, guys. New high a day, 675. This thing is just taken on off. This is all momentum. Pulling back to the 90 EMA, into the prior high. Nice big push on up. So don't get me wrong. I'm still watching NVTA because I think a good dip buy opportunity by the end of the day could still be back down at 522. Looks like we're going to start to see BCAB roll on over here. Bids are looking a little weak at this point in time. You take QNRX off the watch list. You can take VLD off the watch list as well. It's between NVDA and BCAB, guys. And for anybody that's long on NVTA, you are starting to break above at 609. So again, you came down here back in March, 609, big time bounce. You came down, tried to hold it, you couldn't, you cracked. You came back up for a retest to the penny, you dropped. So this daily support level is going to trump any intraday support levels. So right now you're looking at a 609 support level here on NVTA. That's just right off that daily low when it had that massive bounce. And off that daily high when we had a very strong rejection, right around 609. There's your pullback. Again, a lot of upper shadows on BCAB, right? Buyers back below 7. That's a sign of weakness. You can see the selling pressure. If you're reading the tape, looking at the level 2, you can clearly see that selling pressure. Sellers are in control. Buyers showing weakness back below 7, right? It's no surprise that we're starting to pull back into that 670 now. And I do think we start to crack on down here. BCAB, right? Start cracking that 660, 670. Definitely coming back down towards around 604 by the end of the day, guys. A lot of traders that are long on this are probably placing their stop losses below that 660 support level. So we start to see 660, stops getting hit, short sellers moving in, and then boom. Nice little drop down towards around $6. In the spine, the Qs just kind of sitting sideways between that 419 and 420, just kind of chopping around still. Not a lot of direction here today with the spine, the Qs. And you got NVTA is the #1 stock right now. We continue the push on up here on NVTA, and you guys are still long on this. If you guys were getting long back here at like 385 when you guys called it out for the ascending triangle, maybe you were getting long here off that 444 break. If you guys are still long on this, if you have a runner on the table, you have potential to $7.68. There's no way I'm touching the stock. No way, guys. I'm sorry. It's not my approach. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm going to sit back and watch it, right? I'd rather see you guys make money if this is your type of trading and this is the type of stock that works good for you and your style. But for me, I'm going to sit back. I'm just going to watch what NVTA does. One tall, cool one. Nice. Got a little SPY action. Good little profit there. Corey locking in some profits. Kicks King. Johnny, AJ, Jakey, Lakey, Rob D from the NYC. Solid work today, traders. Way to come in. Way to make it happen. Identify your opportunities in the markets. Build those plans. Get prepared. Execute. Locking in profits. Well done. So you got 22 minutes to go before you need to make a decision. If you're holding NVTA, you want to swing trade this stock? You think it's going to gap up and squeeze? Or do you want to be completely out of this position before the market closes? One rule that I stress for newer traders in the markets is if you bought a stock, if you're long a stock or short a stock, whatever the case is, and you build a plan for a day trade, and the stock's ripping like NVTA, and you're like, screw it, I'm just going to hold it. That's a no-no. You should never turn a day trade into a swing trade. Now, if your plan is, hey, this could be a great day trade that turns into a great swing trade, and you've prepared for that, and that was a part of your plan, then that's the exception. But to get in for a day trade and then hold it for a swing trade, that's a big no-no, guys. Absolutely not. That is one rule that you guys should be following. Never turn a day trade into a swing trade. Lock in your profits. Go risk-free. All right, rebuild your plan if you have to. Nice. Joey made 80 bucks today on NVTA. 2 trades. Well done, Joey. That's what I'm talking about. And here's the beautiful thing. I didn't call anything out. I didn't call anything out at all. I didn't call out NVTA. I didn't think it was going to run like this, looking at the overall market. Call it out. And you guys are still coming in, applying what you're learning, and making profits. Solid work, guys. Consistent job. Good job. Absolutely crushing it. Well done. Yep, there's BCAB, the pullback to 660. Now you're starting to see the pullback here on NVTA. Again, 609 could be a quick little dip buy level, guys. Right off that low from the daily, 609. Right off the retest, 609. 2 key points. Low of day, big bounce. We cracked below, retested it, and we dumped. Right, cracked below, retest, then dump. That's a very key area right here, right around 609. Yeah, been there, done that. It does not work. Taking a day trade into a swing trade, I can't tell you how many accounts I've blown up because I've done that. And what are penny stocks notorious for, right? What are small cap penny stocks notorious for? Dropping offerings after hours, right? Their stock's up 192%. What a great time to drop an offering. Can't tell you how many times you've seen that, guys. Geez, this thing just has a lot of momentum. It will not slow down. NVTA, if you're still long on this, guys, you got room to 768 here. I mean, new high a day, 724. This thing is just absolutely ripping right now, guys. And I did not capture any of this move. I've just been watching it, making sure that you guys are good, walking you through the trade step by step. Where's your support levels, resistance, what we see, tons of momentum, tons of action. Buyers really rocking this trade right now. Seeing potential. The 6, or I keep saying 6, dyslexia is really bad. 768, right? 768. And NVTA is just not tired. Must have worked out at lunch like I did. Yeah, I got a nice little workout. My arms are dead. Arms are dead right now. Look at that sleeper. AMRS, what a sleeper. Just grinding on up throughout the entire day. And then boom, big time rip and run there. Again, I'm still watching NVTA, and I still think BCAB could have potential. We came down to that 658 level. We held to the penny. Also right out our 20 EMA as well. Take a look at BCAB here. Again, you came down towards around these lower shadows, or these upper shadows, 669. You are trying to hold on up. You do have a little bit of a downtrend, and when you throw this on a 3-minute time frame, you're sitting right at your 20. Now, what's significant about the 3-minute time frame, right, is, again, the 3-minute time frame is just a proven fact based on, you know, datas and statistics that it is the most powerful time frame to trade on. And so when we come into the end of the day, we're typically on a 3-minute or a 5-minute time frame. But what we can see here is the 3 minutes very clean, very consistent. Nice momentum, 9 EMA, nice push on up, back to the 9 EMA, nice push on up, showing weakness, curling over, back down to our 660 level. Right now, if we can follow through here off that bounce and break the downtrend, we could see one more attempt back to the upside here on BCAB, assuming we don't drop below that 660 level. Right, that was our entries, that was our plan, was to be a buyer at 660. Now we have the 9 EMA to back this trade up as well. And if we can get a break of the downtrend and follow through, we could see one more attempt back up to high a day. You only got 15 minutes though, guys. You got 15 minutes here on BCAB. There's target 768 on NVTA. Now I'm sure the next question is, all right, Josh, all right? It's still squeezing. It's still ripping. It's probably going to break that high. Keep going. Where's it going next? 920. I'd say right around 920 is going to be the next area if this thing just keeps on going. And this thing is just not slowing down at all. Nice power hour action, guys. I mean, this has been hard to trade, right? Very hard to trade this stock. You look in hindsight, right? Hindsight's always 20/20. You can spot any setup, any entry when you look back in hindsight, all right? 875 now in VTA, but you look back in hindsight, and there's only one great trade. That was your ascending triangle breakout. This was sketchy, right? This was sketchy with no volume, seeing some divergence, right? That was a little sketchy, but it worked. After it broke 444, where's been a great entry? Like, I don't see any, like, phenomenal entry here. Like, I mean, a lot of this feels like you're chasing it. Like you're chasing it. Like you're chasing it. So this is one of those stocks that could be looked at as challenging. You look back in hindsight, and you still can't find a crystal clear setup. Feels like you're chasing it. I mean, hey, you're in this. Good job. But again, I look back at it, I'm like, where would I have been a buyer? Right? The only thing that I see is way back here over lunch when I'm not even in the office, when it was breaking 380. That was the best of the best entry. And this thing is just absolutely ripping right now, guys. I would not jump back in at these highs. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The stock is very overextended. Right? Our rule is when a stock moves more than, again, 50 cents to the upside without pulling back, you do not touch the stock at all. It is just very, very risky. It's what we call risky biscuits. What we call risky biscuits. This thing's going bananas, but she'd be risky biscuits right now. Snap, crackle, pop, Rice Krispies. Look at BCAB, guys. Nice bounce off 660, off that 20 EMA, breaking the downtrend. Now you got BCAB trying to get some action towards it. All right, can BCAB break that high a day and start to run on up, kind of like NVTA did? It could. Easy to borrow stock, high short interest, nice technical setup. Right now, BCAB is trying to get some action towards it, guys. I watch right now for that potential high a day break over on BCAB. If we break 737 and then squeeze over 750, we do have potential up towards around $8, assuming buyers are going to continue to move on in here and continue to push the stock higher. Remember last time we tried to bounce off 7 and we couldn't? We could absolutely fall back below 7 and start to dump on off a little bit. Let's watch BCAB here and see if buyers can start to step back in. Nice bounce off that 20 EMA, off that 660 level. Nice break of the downtrend. Let's see if BCAB can follow through like NVTA. Not saying it's going to. Two completely different stocks. But as far as a breakdown on both of those stocks, being easy to borrow, a lot of great momentum, decent volume, moving on earnings, high short float percentage. I mean, you really compare the two. They're very similar in nature. So let's see if we can get some buyers to step on in here and maybe see a new little high a day on BCAB. You got about 11 minutes to go, guys. About 10 minutes to go here. Left in the market. BCAB trying to get one more attempt to it. Let's see. See if buyers drop back below 7. She did. The bids fall back below 7. Dead. This is that final hoorah. That's that final attempt. Buyers are starting to move on up aggressively now. 719 on the bid. 720 on the bid. 723. Buyers are starting to step on up, closing the spread here. And if we can see buyers push this over 737, you can see a quick spike through 750 to 8. Getting about 10 minutes to go, guys. We're struggling at 725 here on BCAB. Got a lot of selling taking place there at that 725. That's a struggle. It's not like you see a lot of orders on the time and sales either. I mean, a lot of these buy orders, they're just algo, right? You got a lot of 3s, a lot of 2s, and a lot of 1s. When you look at the time and sales and you see a lot of prints on the time and sales, you know, like 1, 2, and 3 shares, that's all algorithmic. Looking for anything really above 100 to 500 on a stock like this. And right now, when you see a lot of those prints come through, a lot of 1, 2s, and 3s. You got about 9, yeah, you got about, what is that, 9,000 shares sitting at 705 on the bid. I don't know if it's going to get it, guys. It had potential. If this candle goes green, maybe, but right now it's definitely struggling a little bit. I don't know if we're going to see that nice squeeze through high a day. Got a lot of hidden selling up there around 725. We fall back below 7, you got to get out of that. Taking out that buyer at 705. He's down to 66. He's down to 4. Watch the crack at 705, down to 7. Right now, you're stripping that 9K order out. Now he's down to 1,600 shares. 200 shares. Watch 705 to fail, down to 7. Big seller at 706 too. I had to walk away from that trade at break even. BCAB, I had to walk away from that trade at break even. It had potential. It didn't follow through, but do the right thing. A lot of weakness. Seller stepping right back down below $7. Again, out at break even there, guys. Not seeing that follow through, not seeing that run up. Now we got this little head and shoulders formation on BCAB. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, NVTA's had enough. Absolutely. Had enough. I would say I wouldn't even be looking for a dip buy at this point in time, guys. I really wouldn't. All right, earnings tonight. For those of you wondering, Josh, what kind of earnings we got tonight? Well, you got one that everybody's watching. Which one is that? You got Walt Disney. You got DIS reporting earnings tonight after the close, guys. You got Disney earnings coming on up. Other than that, you got a few other names, you know. Got a few other ones. No big deal, though. You got Dutch Bros. You know, that's a pretty anticipated one. Dutch Bros. But yeah, the most anticipated earnings report tonight, Disney. Just like that, right? SPY, chop sideways. Now we're starting to kind of break on out high a day here. We got PPI data tomorrow, though, guys. All right, do we have any final questions? It's 3:55 in the market, ladies and gentlemen, on this beautiful hump day. BCAB, couple decent opportunities here. NVTA, an absolute beast of a stock, and still not looking like it's going to slow on down. Every time it pulls back, we tap that 9 EMA. The thing absolutely explodes to the upside. Could it hit 921? We'll see. We got 4 minutes to go. The final 4 minutes. Let's see what NVTA is going to do here, guys. And you got 4 minutes to either A, get out of this trade, or B, get out of this trade. Unless you had planned ahead to carry some of this for a swing trade. All right, if that was not in your plan, you got two options: get out and then get out. Do not turn a swing day trade into a swing trade. All right, with that being said, that's a wrap, guys. That's a wrap. Good trading day. Good job. Good work. Locking in some great profits. Again, today was kind of slow, right? You had some decent opportunity the first 15 minutes. You guys came in. You crushed it. And then for the most part, up until about, what, 2 o'clock, it was very slow. Slow pickings, guys. Some great action here on NVTA. So we'll have to see what we look like tomorrow. We could see very similar market conditions. Opportunity out of the gate, relatively slow, leading up to power hour. Yep, 3 minutes. You Griff. Yeah, absolutely, boss. Absolutely. Hey, Corey. Yay. Yay, look at the chart. Yay. Earning last night, I'm like, Jesus, that sucks. And I'm like, hey, look, it's back in the green now. That feels great. I should have bought more. No, I'm kidding. I got a great cost basis. I'm happy with my cost basis on this. But no. Look at that. Thank you, SPY. Thank you, Q's. Thank you, Roblox, for rebounding after earnings. I can't complain. That's a good takeaway, right? That's a good takeaway. Lost $190 today on, what was it, AERC? But yeah, one positive here is Roblox is doing good. We had some great action here into the day on NVTA. I didn't catch any of it. Tried to take a stab on BCAB after we bounced at 660, broke the downtrend again. No follow through, no big squeeze. Again, I just got out of that at break even. It wasn't worth holding it. So yeah, it's been a good day, guys. All right, we're going to call it quits. We are going to wrap up our trading day. Post-market scanners are now live. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Reporting tonight after the close, you have Disney, ticker DIS. Corey made a great point. You see great earnings on Disney, especially when it pertains to their streaming service. You could see some movement with Netflix as well. Again, to the upside, assuming that's good, maybe to the bad side, or the downside, assuming it's bad, right? So Corey made a great point, watching Netflix in conjunction with Disney earnings tonight. With that being said, enjoy your evening. Good job and good work on this beautiful hump day. Again, coming to tomorrow with the mindset of we could see some opportunity and some decent action in pre-market like we have so far this week. Some quick opportunity out of the gate before these stocks tend to fade and fall and die on off, and then transitioning into some action into the day. We could see the same exact thing unfold tomorrow, so let's get prepared and let's make sure we're on top of those opportunities. Great job. Way to crush it. You guys are on fire. Look at that new high a day in the last 20 seconds. Is it going to hit 921? Oh my goodness. Right now, NVTA is absolutely on fire in the final 10 seconds of the day. New high a day, 898. What a move, guys. What a move. Closing up 284% on the day. Official high a day, $9, closing at $8.67. You guys are watching any stocks whatsoever. You're continuing to watch NVDA at this point in time. If we do break above that 921 and that 200 SMA, $10 is your next level of resistance, right? That pullback low could be a great dip buy area if you guys trade in post-market, $7.18. This is the only stock to be watching right now here in post-market. You have Disney earnings. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Enjoy your evening, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at the start of pre-market, 7 a.m. Let's end it the way we always end it, traders. Someone go ahead and give me the countdown. Start with a 3, go to 2, and then hit me with a 1 so I can go. There we go. Joey's coming in clutch in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Good job. Good work. Enjoy your evening. Take care. Trade smart. Trade safe. Make it happen. I enjoyed today. It was fun working with you guys, and we'll do it again tomorrow morning. I'll see you back in chat at 7 a.m. Enjoy your night, traders, and take care, guys.